What's going on? What's going on? Keep pounding nation. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Welcome back to another Carolina Panthers Talk live stream preview of week 8 of the Carolina Panthers 2025-26 NFL season. Brought to you by Blitzball Champ Gaming. I am your host, Blitzball Champ Jason Ingram. It is Thursday night, October 23rd, 2025. Hope everybody's week has been going well as we're slowly approaching the end of the month, the end of October, and not too far out from the month of November. The year of 2025 is slowly starting to trickle down to the end. But hope everybody's been doing well. Hope everybody's healthy, being productive. But tonight, we're going to be previewing the Week 8 matchup. Wow, Week 8, which you know what that means. Trade deadline. So, it's a very crucial time of the season. The NFL trade deadline is upon us. So, the trade deadline for this year will be on Tuesday, November 4th. So, Tuesday, November 4th, that is where all 32 teams must finalize any trades. So, we still got a little bit of time, actually. I thought it was this week, but we actually still got a little bit more time. So trades can be made and finalized by Tuesday, November 4th at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that is when that is the last day that trades can be finalized. Anytime after 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, cannot make any trades. So, I don't know. This really might be the week that maybe Carolina could consider a trade. Maybe there's some interest. And if not this week, maybe next week. I mean, they still got time. But yeah. But not only that, week 8, this is where the real test begins for the Carolina Panthers, as they will be taking on, at home, the visiting Buffalo Bills. Now, Buffalo Bills are 4-2 right now. They've been doing well. They've been doing really well. They had the defending MVP quarterback in Josh Allen. So we already know it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. But there's some interesting stories going on with this. Keep Pounding USA, welcome to the stream, because he looked good to go. I assume you're talking about Bryce Young. Yeah, there's been kind of some interesting things going on with that whole situation. ESPN has him listed as doubtful, but to be honest, he worked out some, he practiced some. I mean, many believe that it may be a game time decision. But fact of the matter is, Andy Dalton has to stay ready. And he has to go at this like he's going to start on Sunday. Plain and simple as that. But I got a feeling this is going to be a game time decision. It's going to be a difficult game against a difficult team. Let's not underestimate the Bills. They're 4-2. They're playing great football this year so far. But it's gonna be interesting. Keep Pounding USA says, I think he's playing. Oh, you think Bryce is gonna play? Here's the thing. He could play. The real question is, how is that ankle? Is it a good idea for him to play? And how is that ankle? Because we got to remember, Bryce Young's a pretty mobile quarterback. And if that ankle is still giving him issues, then that's not going to be a good sign. That's not going to be a good sign. So we'll see. I mean, that's all we can really do. We'll see. But yeah, I have my reservations. Let's just say that I have my reservations about it. Fact of the matter is, I want whoever's out there ready and good to play. That's really all that matters to me. But let's see. Let me let me get the others in. We'll get started, or we'll continue from there. See who all wants to join. Okay. But this is going to be very interesting. Um, ESPN matchup predictor has Buffalo winning 55.2%, Carolina 44.4%. Well, it's not that big of a gap. It's actually not that big of a gap. So, I'll take that as a little bit of a positive. And of course, Carolina's back at home, which they're undefeated at home. They're 3-0 right now with a 4-3 record. Um, the injury report, like I said, has Bryce Young listed as doubtful. So take that what you will, but he's listed as doubtful. Let's see. Um, and we got to remember Bryce was held out of practice today for the second straight day. Um, he is considered day to day, according to Dave Canales. Cam Jackson did not participate due to illness. Rest of the players were full participants, including DJ Wanham, J.C. Horn, Damian Lewis, and Princely Umamilian. So, pretty straightforward for today's injury report for the Panthers. For the Bills, pretty interesting. Dalton Kincaid, Joshua Palmer are questionable. Daquan Jones, that's a familiar face, questionable. Curtis Samuel, questionable. Matt Milano, questionable. Terrell Bernard, questionable. Taylor Rapp at safety, questionable. So, a good handful of names on there listed as questionable. Um, Dalton Kincaid, definitely somebody to look out for. Um, looking at this Buffalo Bills team, they opened up the season winning four straight, but then lost two straight. So they beat the Ravens, Jets, Dolphins, Saints, and lost two straight to the Patriots and Falcons. And hey, some may say, well, Buffalo hasn't really beaten anybody big. I mean that's kind of a fair argument. That's a fair argument. But still, I can't stress enough the talent that's on this team. I mean, they have the reigning MVP in Josh Allen. So they're definitely a threat. playing
What's
the simple
going on,
as that.
brother?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Loud and clear.
hold on. Let me turn this up because wait a minute. Hold on a second. Okay, say something now.
What's good, man?
Okay, there we go. I had my volume down. Alrighty. All right, you're coming in loud and clear. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Good, good. But yeah, so uh, a, a few quick things. So just in case you didn't know, the
Hmm.
the trade deadline is Tuesday, November 4th, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
That is correct.
So that's how much time we got. So even with this week, we still got another full week. Um, I thought it was this week, but apparently it's the week after next. So
Yes, the week after next.
so we still got time. Um, not only that, the injury report is very interesting. Um, especially when you look at Carolina's. Um, but before I get into that, one person I did want to mention for last week. Congratulations to NFC Special Teams Player of the Week Sam Martin, our punter, on winning that honor during
Hmm.
during the victory over the New York Jets. So wanted to mention that. Um, Also, we got 4 players that have advanced in the Pro Bowl Hall of Fame voting for a class of 2026.
That is correct.
So part of the final 50: Steve Smith Sr., Luke Kuechly, Greg Olson, and Charles Peanut Tillman. So hopefully,
Love it.
and it's like I said before, bro. If Steve Smith gets snubbed again, I will fly over there to wherever the committee is and give him a piece of my mind. Like for reals. He better not get snubbed for another year. Are we gonna be fighting over there?
Absolutely.
But okay. Injury report. So even though ESPN has Bryce Young listed as doubtful, Coach Canales has him considered day to day. Um, so 2 straight days he was held out of practice.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know, bro. Do you think he'll play?
Jumping right in there with the biggest elephant in the room, huh? All right.
Might as well.
It's possible.
I think it's really going to come down to how's that ankle.
Hmm.
And if anything, I think it'll probably be a game time decision. I could see them going game time decision, but I am expecting Andy Dalton to be ready to start. I'm expecting him to be ready, but at the same time,
Same.
you know, we'll see how Bryce feels.
Hmm.
At the same time, we got to trust and believe that Andy Dalton can contribute and help this team win. So,
I have some concerns with Andy Dalton as far as his passing game.
uh-huh. What are your concerns? What you got?
He's thrown a lot of hospital balls in the past, and it's still a concern now. but not as much as it was. Um, I think the last couple of season games he's played, he's done pretty decently. So I'm going to put my trust in him for now, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have a lot of failed drives in this game coming up in Buffalo with Derek Anderson, though. So don't be surprised if it does happen, but, expect the worst, but be happy that you get the success that we get.
Right.
He's a backup for a reason.
Yes, he's a backup for a reason. Agreed. Well, that makes sense. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
after all, he's not the same Andy Dalton that he once was, long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Final boss, welcome to the stream. He says, "What's up? What's up?" He says, "Bills' rush defense is worse than Dallas. Just run the ball with Rico, and we should be fine." I definitely expect the run game to show up. Um, we'll probably still get a combo of Chuba and Rico. Maybe they emphasize maybe a little bit more carries with Rico over Chuba, maybe. But I definitely agree they should run the ball down the Bills' throats.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, um, the only other injury for Carolina, Cam Jackson didn't practice due to illness,
Right.
but everybody else was full participants. Names like DJ Wanham, J.C. Horn, Damian Lewis, Princely Umamilian.
Mm-hmm.
So looking good there.
Right.
For the Bills, there's a couple of notable names on that injury report for the Bills, like Dalton Kincaid, the tight end. He's questionable.
Mm-hmm. I noticed him.
Joshua Palmer, wide receiver, he's questionable. He didn't even
Right.
practice. A familiar name in Daquan Jones, he's questionable.
Yeah.
Um, Taylor Rapp at safety, questionable. Another familiar name, Curtis Samuel, is questionable.
Ooh, that's a big
Uh,
one.
Terrell Bernard at linebackers, questionable.
Hmm.
Linebacker Matt Milano is also questionable.
Hmm.
So, um, let's see. Their place kicker is on IR, Tyler Bass, and
Okay.
their safety Damar Hamlin is on IR. So,
Right.
two notable names that we won't be seeing. But aside from that, we're going up against a team with the defending MVP and Josh Allen.
That's correct. Josh Allen has a huge reputation of just throwing some really incredible passes and just being an escape artist. So you really need to put a QB spy on him for at least half of the game just to make sure that he doesn't get out and contain him.
Yes.
Um, with the lack of a few of the weapons that he has, and he still has a lot more because they have a lot of depth there. I mean, you're still dealing with almost the full force of Buffalo's offense. However, they have lost the last two games. This team is vulnerable, and it is time to try to take advantage of that if you can.
Yes.
Um, they've done an excellent job of roster building, and they've taken a lot of players from us in the process to do so.
Yep.
Um, Curtis Samuel being one of them. Spencer Brown.
Oh yeah, they
No,
did.
no, no, no. He's listed as a right tackle now. Huh?
Interesting. Wait, what?
That's what I'm saying. Look at the depth chart. Look at it on their website.
Spencer Brown.
Yeah. Did they like chub him up and make him a right tackle? Is that what we're doing now?
Wait, what was he before?
Run back.
Oh no, this is a different Spencer Brown. This is a different one.
Got you. Yep, you're right.
Final Boss says this feels like a reunion game. Actually, yeah,
Hmm.
it kind of does.
It does because it is one.
Yeah, yeah, good point.
They have
Um,
Greg Rousseau as a starting defensive end. That
yeah,
should be a name familiar to us.
yeah.
Most of us, unless you're brand new to the team. Um, Let
Um,
me see who else they have.
ooh, Joey Bosa.
They just picked up Sam Franklin Jr. too, a
That's
safety
right. They
position.
sure they sure did. Yep.
Unbelievable. These
Still,
guys just can't resist going into the Carolina cookie jar. They
um,
can't resist it.
they got Shaq, of course. Um,
Yep.
of course they have Tre'Davious White. Um,
Mm-hmm.
definitely gotta keep an eye out on their defense. They still got a pretty solid defense,
Yep.
but they are susceptible to the run. They are susceptible
Correct.
to the run.
They're ranked 31st last time I checked, right?
Yes. So
Mm-hmm. Rico's going to have a good day. Start him in fantasy.
yeah.
And if you're
Um,
betting, bet on him. I
Final
already
boss.
did.
Final boss says they are called Panthers North for a reason. Yeah, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's a fact.
there's a very interesting stat that I want to point off. So since 2017, the Buffalo Bills have the one of the best records in the NFL in games after a bye. Last week was their
Mm-hmm.
bye. Since 2017, the Bills are undefeated 8-0 on games after a bye.
That's
So,
an interesting stat for sure.
very interesting stat. Um, Buffalo is also ranked fourth in most points scored with 2020 with
Mm-hmm.
220 after the bye since 2017.
Mm-hmm.
So, another thing to keep in mind, we haven't had a lot of luck against the Bills. The Panthers are 2-6 all time against
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo. Um, haven't played each other since December of 2021. So it's been a while. It's been a while. But well, let's dig into this. Who's the threat? The reigning MVP, Josh Allen. I mean, over the course of 12 games, the Bills Week 12 bye in 2024 and Week 3 win against the Dolphins, including playoffs, the offense only had one turnover, and it was the first
Mm-hmm.
time that the stat has been posted like that in NFL history. But since then, Josh Allen has thrown four picks.
That is indeed true.
Yes. Now, here's the scary thing. Now, through just 6 games, because remember he had a bye, Allen
Mm-hmm.
has 1,397 passing yards, 11 touchdowns to those 4 interceptions was the 68.5 completion percentage. And he has 254 rushing yards, which is the second most by a quarterback in the league right now. He's behind Justin Fields. And he has the second highest scramble percentage, which is 12%, among qualifying quarterbacks. And he has the most scramble yards 250 of any quarterback this season, including the bye.
Mm,
There is a reason why this man is the reigning MVP, ladies and gentlemen.
that's correct.
So, can't sleep on this guy. Final Boss says, our run defense versus Cook will be what decides this game, in my opinion. We shut him down. I feel we will win.
Hmm.
He's referring to James Cook, their running back.
He's incredibly dangerous too.
Yes, he's been playing very well.
He's already racked up 1,397 yards and 4 touchdowns so far.
Um,
More than that, actually. Sorry. Um, 11 touchdowns? Sorry.
oh, for Josh Allen, yeah. And then for
No. Yeah, for Josh Allen. I'm sorry, I meant to read you Cook's numbers. My bad.
oh, no problem.
I was looking at the wrong page. Um, Cook already has 537 yards, 5 touchdowns on 107 carries, 5.02 average.
Yeah, dude has been doing well.
Very dangerous running back.
Yeah,
But here's the thing: we've been having a lot of success against running backs so far this year.
that is correct.
Um, the last three we have held under 100 yards, which is impressive. The entire running back group. And I'm talking about 3 or 4 running backs. This includes a quarterback too,
Yes, absolutely.
under 100 yards.
Hmm.
Um, so we were able to shut down Miami's Arcane. We were able to shut down Dallas's running back, and most recently,
Oh yeah, Brees Hall recently, the Jets running back Brees Hall.
yes,
Yep.
those are big names, folks. Those are top 10 running backs right now. So, I personally, if our D line comes out to play like that, James Cook will be limited.
Very much so.
Um, I think it's the wide receivers we have to worry about. Mike Jack was playing really well against the Jets, so I think he's back, so we won't have to worry about that matchup as much anymore. But I still want to put a safety over there just in case.
Right.
I don't want to take any chances. This is Buffalo's wide receivers, you know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
And we could literally see Joshua Palmer over there. We could see Shakur over there, even Keon Coleman over there against Mike Jack at any one time. So we
Right.
have to be prepared to. Um, he has to be prepared to guard all three at any point in time, and that's a dangerous undertaking. That's that's not easy to do. You're talking about Joshua Palmer, who, as of today, has 234 yards, 14 receptions. He's
Okay.
your move the sticks guy. Um, I doubt we'll see him over there as much,
Hmm. So,
but Shakur is probably going to be more than likely the one that's going to be testing him. 268 yards, 25 receptions, 2 touchdowns.
okay.
And
So,
then
so their leading receiver so far is Dalton Kincaid, like as far as receiving yards.
and then you got Keon Coleman, 237 yards, 2 touchdowns, 24 catches. But
Gotcha.
right now, it looks like Shakur.
Shakur. Khalil Shakur. Okay.
Mm-hmm. As of right now.
Okay.
Um, Let me see what Curtis Samuel's numbers were,
He's not
because
doing.
he's been kind of quiet this
He's
year.
he's not doing
Three
much.
catches,
Just
35 yards, and a
yeah,
touchdown.
yeah. Not much from him.
Okay. So yeah, Shakur is the guy. I want JC on Shakur. And then we'll see about I want Coleman on Mike Jack. And we'll have Joshua Palmer handled over the middle. Because the linebacking core is getting better.
Right.
How much
Um.
better, I don't know. Because you're looking at it from the microscope of the Jets made us look a little bit better than we actually were.
Yeah. Final Boss says, good point. We shut down Javonte Williams, who has been great all season. Oh, yeah, Dallas running back.
Right.
Jeff R says, what's up, fellas? Welcome to the stream, Jeff R.
Welcome, welcome. Those numbers are going to be inflated with the Jets game quite a bit. If you look at the defensive numbers,
Hmm.
you know, they made us look really good.
As a matter of fact, Final Boss says, after what Horn just did to the Jets, I don't see them throwing his way. Hey, I mean, that would be smart.
Agreed. Yeah, I don't see anybody testing Horn at this point. He has the highest win ratio of any corner in the league at the moment.
Exactly. Exactly. And that was why a big thing I had mentioned before in the group chat, all JC had to do was stay healthy. I mean, we saw flashes of what he could do his rookie year. Those first 3 games, honestly, once he got to a point where he was healthy, JC's gonna do his thing. Like, we have our stud cornerback in JC Horn, and it's definitely been showing. So I have no doubt that he'll continue to get better.
Mm-hmm.
But so far, so good.
Um, Surprisingly, Nick Scott was the second most tackles last week with 7, but only 2 solo tackles.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. If you look at the numbers from last week, we're looking at 32 solo tackles out of 60, six sacks, 3 tackles for loss, 9 pass deflections,
Hmm.
11 quarterback hits from our defense. Those are overinflated numbers because the Jets were having a really bad day.
Really bad day.
Yeah. So, I mean, how legitimate is this defense? And that's really where we have to go in and analyze. Um, if you look at what we did against the Cowboys, I think that is a more accurate idea of what how strong this defense is.
Hmm.
And that day we were 39 for 55 tackling. So that tells me the tackling is consistent. Um, we had 0 sacks that day. We had 5 tackles for loss, 4 pass deflections, and 2 QB hits. Um, Here's the interesting part. I've been looking at Nick, our pass rusher, and Princely's been kind of doing his thing, but Nick has kind of been quiet up until the Jets game. So I'm looking at him like, okay, can you start to repeat that a little bit, in the next game here? Because, like I said, these numbers are overinflated. Nick scored uh, during this Jets game. Let me find him real quick. Yeah.
Nick Short.
Um,
Mm.
yeah, 1 solo tackle out of 2 tackles, 1.5 sacks, 1 tackle for loss, 3 QB hits. Now, can he do some of that against the Bills? This is going to be the real test for him.
Yeah.
Do we have a stud or do we have a dud?
Yeah, that's a good point. Um, hopefully more so stud than dud. Um, Jeff R says, oh, here we go. It says, sorry to start this up, but Chuba messed up the flow of our running attack against the Jets. I just hope and pray that this will work out for us in the end, but that running did not look the same. Here's
I
the
gotta disagree with that one because we actually did really well against the Jets, rushing wise. We had let's see, let's see,
here's the thing. They
125 yards.
they finished with 125 total rushing yards. I mean,
Right.
Ch- Chuba had 14 carries, 31
Mm-hmm.
yards. Rico had 17 carries, 79 yards. I mean,
It certainly didn't slow Rico down at all.
yeah, it didn't necessarily slow one down versus the other, especially considering the fact that, like I said, they even finished with more rushing yards than the Jets did.
Right.
So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get part of what you're saying, Jeff R, but it really wasn't that big of a deal to the point where it disrupted anything. I really don't believe,
No.
especially not after just one game returning.
Mm-mm.
Like,
He got 79 yards, 4.6 average per carry,
yeah, like you got to give the guy a chance to get back into the flow of things.
and
You
he
know,
ripped a 13 yarder.
yeah, like
So yeah, that didn't disrupt his flow at all.
cuz here's the thing we got to remember, Jeff R. We got to remember this was somebody that rushed for 1,000 yards coming off of last season. Like we cannot give up on this guy. We can't give up on this guy. Not to mention there is so much more benefit of having a combo. 1-2 back set.
Mm-hmm.
I mean after all, we've experienced that before with previous rosters.
Jonathan
D'Angelo,
Stewart, D'Angelo Williams.
yep, Stephen Davis, Deshaun Foster.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've experienced
Those
this
guys were
before.
awesome.
And this has the opportunity to be, the new 1-2
Double trouble.
double trouble. Final Boss says Chuba was also getting some rust off. I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine as well.
That's true.
I
I
think,
actually do agree with that on Chuba.
yeah, I think we'll be fine as well. Like, you gotta
And,
give you
and
gotta give him some time. You gotta give him a shot.
and as far as the snap count is concerned, I was expecting a 60-40 snap count first, in favor of Rico.
Yeah,
But I wanted a 75-25 in case Chuba had trouble, coming off that injury.
yeah,
I wanted to be, very uh, bullish as far as like putting Chuba out there, but you also have to be very careful too
yeah,
because you don't want him to re-aggravate that injury. So 75-25 is the correct ratio in that scenario. But we decided to go 60-40 because we felt like Chuba was good enough to go, you know,
yeah,
and play a whole game and run successfully.
yeah. And that's the thing. My main thing for Chuba, as long as he doesn't get fumbleitis. That's really my only concern. As long as he doesn't
I
get
don't think he will.
fumbleitis, then you know,
I think he's fixed that. Um, you're looking at yeah, Chuba's 2.2 average is not that exciting to look at on a stat sheet, but that's because we put him in short yardage situations. It was draw plays.
right?
And you had Rico doing everything else. And occasionally you'd see Rico in a draw play as well, because that's really where he's at right
Yeah.
now.
Um.
But Chuba's longest is 11, and
Yeah.
that's because they were not stacking the box because
Yeah.
we passed a couple of times beforehand.
Jeff R says the points showed differently, and our defense played lights out. Chuba outran his blocks for a clear walk through touchdown. I really love Chuba, but I'm just saying, hope it works. If not, feed Rico. Here's the thing, bro. you're basing it off one game that he just returned from injury. Like,
Plus, that's the Jets too.
not to mention,
It's overinflated.
you got to also keep in mind the Jets had a rushing defense of 23rd in the league, allowing an average of 129.3 rushing yards per game, and that combination rushed for 125 yards that game. What's the issue? What's really the issue? That's
And that plus, I feel like the Jets D line actually did improve, going into our game,
hmm
which you have to account for that too.
yeah, and like I said, it's one game coming back from injury.
Yeah.
Like that's my whole thing. It's one game coming back from injury.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, we got to remember what we did for this guy. Like, signed the extension after having a career year. Like,
Mm-hmm.
we just got to let him get back into the mix of things. Like I said,
Absolutely.
I'm not against the idea of Rico uh, getting more touches. I'm not against that. I mean, he got more touches in the Jets game, but you know, they can't just completely neglect Chuba and just
Right.
greatly decrease his load. Like, I don't think that's reasonable to greatly decrease his load. I mean, even if it comes down to Rico swapping spots and getting that RB1, I really don't believe they should greatly decrease Chuba's load.
I
Um,
think at lowest, I think 30%. Uh, as far as snap count, if he's filling, up to a full game and able to play a full game, then 30% is a fair number. Um, but I would not go past the 60-40 mark, you know, because Rico does need to keep getting fed right now. Feed the hot hand, whatever's working, keep going with it. But, as soon as that stops working, then put Chuba back in. Feed the hot hand there. Either
um,
way, you're winning, you know.
um, Final Boss says, would you like to see Evans get more targets in the passing game? Yeah, especially in the red zone. I feel like he's definitely become quite a red zone threat. Talking about Mitchell Evans.
I would like to see him get a couple of routes, yeah, over the middle while we're driving down the field, because that could be a really effective safety blanket for Bryce. When you see a heavy box and a heavy blitz load
hmm
on us,
Yeah.
I do agree with that because you got to get that ball out of there quicker. And we fed it to Rico. We fed it to um, whoever else was out there at the time. And yeah, Mitchell Evans typically a successful offense will feed the tight end in those situations with a quick pass.
Yeah.
But he's also, well, how big is he? What
Mitchell
what
Evans.
size is he? Yeah,
Uh,
what size
let's.
of a tight end?
You know what? Let's find out. Mitchell Evans is 6'5", 258.
258. Okay, so he's a little undersized for a tight end. That's what I was concerned about because if he's that small, yes, he can slip through some cracks, but the problem is he's easily guardable, as a tight end.
Hmm.
And that way, it will be a one on one versus Mitchell Evans in short yardage situations. So if the defense is not looking for it, yes, you can check it down to it. If they are looking for it, that's going to be a problem because he's going to be guarded. So you're going to have to look elsewhere.
Yeah.
And when you see a lot of heavy blitzes, you're going to have to throw that ball away
Yeah.
or try to find Coker on the outside if Coker's in
Yeah. Fair point.
because XL is going to be doubled. Um, Ted McMillan's going to be doubled. So the rest of it's single coverage. You're going to see linebackers over there, guarding Mitchell Evans.
Yeah. Jeff R says, it's just the flow of the offense. Just looked so good before. We looked bad Sunday. The only difference was Chuba's return. Just the observation I felt would happen when he came back into the lineup, but I'm rooting for Chuba. So, two things. One, you have to also remember the offense as a whole, missed
Mm-hmm.
on a good handful of opportunities. I mean, after all, I mean, a score of 13-6. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it is what it is. But the offense as a whole definitely missed opportunities.
Yeah.
And two, something we have to also remember about Chuba Hubbard. We got to remember this dude signed a 4-year extension worth $33.2 million. He's gonna get utilized.
Yep.
Like a guaranteed $15 million. He's gonna get utilized. So
And you speak about the missed opportunities. Two or three of those drives, we were, the Jets were playing man on man, and they
mm-hmm,
were pressing up on our wide receivers. It was excellent coverage and excellent defense. So really, they got a lot of pass deflections off of that. How many did they get in total? Let's see. 7 pass deflections. Yeah.
mm-hmm,
Um, and it was kind of spread out. Stevens got 2, but it was spread out. So my whole thing is like that's excellent coverage and defense by the corners and safeties.
mm-hmm.
You know, recognizing where these routes are going to be, and understanding how to stop them. So Steve Wilkes is very, very good at that. That's his staple on his defense is man to man and
Mm.
pressing up on guys and getting pass deflections. When he is uh, fully utilizing these guys, that's what happens.
Yeah. Um, Jeff R says, yes, they paid him, so they gotta use him. I agree. Yeah, like, and see that's the thing. I think total 37 million with all the incentives and the guaranteed money. So, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's pretty big. But I will say this: they would be fools not to strongly consider extending Rico Dowdle by the end of the season.
I absolutely agree with that. Chad also pointed out we have to pay a bunch of other people too, like Alshon Robinson. So
Right.
we're gonna have a full fledged stream about that, and we're gonna talk about our options, who needs to get re-signed,
Yeah,
who could possibly be cut.
I'll go ahead and put Rico Dowdle on that list for must resign.
Yeah. So once we start doing re-signings, that's that week. That we'll do a specialized stream about that and talk about that stuff.
mm,
And then whoever doesn't get re-signed, that's what we need to go out and target.
mm.
You know, that's that's a strong recommendation of who we need to go after. They'll tell us exactly what we need to know. We'll
So,
take a look at the free agent list. We'll do all that nonsense at the end of the year.
mm. Final Boss says agreed. Chuba, Rico, Brooks, three-headed monster next season. I'm hopeful for
Yeah,
Brooks. I'm hopeful that Brooks can make a full recovery, and thankfully he has this season to make that full recovery. But at the same time, next season that has to be the one for Jonathan Brooks. And
agreed.
if he can't bounce back, then
That's a bust.
that's a
Yeah.
bust. I hate to say it, but yeah.
And at the time, I was looking at the Wisconsin running back that the Jets picked up, you know,
Uh huh.
and did they even use him? No, they used Isaiah Davis, which was the other running back that they picked up, who was on my radar.
Yeah,
Um,
but I'm
but for
hopeful.
some reason,
But I'm hopeful that he can make a full recovery. Jeff R says the Jonathan Brooks comeback is going to be very interesting. I agree. I agree, and I hope it works out. I really do.
what happened to the running back from Wisconsin that the Jets drafted?
Um, well, here, let me go.
That's wow.
Wait, was it a undraft? You said the Jets drafted him?
Yeah. Hmm.
I don't see him on the list.
I don't either.
Said Wisconsin
Drafted
Wisconsin
by Jets.
Wisconsin running back. You say?
Braylon Allen.
Oh,
What happened to this dude? Because that's he was drafted round 4, and he was available right at the same time that we drafted Jonathan Brooks, and we chose Jonathan Brooks over Allen, which I disagreed with because of the ACL tear that we didn't really know about, at the time. But I genuinely wanted us to go for Braylon Allen anyway over Brooks,
oh,
based on what I saw in the draft profiles. But the scouts put all that stuff together, so you got to trust the scouts
yeah.
for Carolina because we've been doing an excellent job draft.
Um,
Um,
Final boss says Brooks just has to stay healthy. He looked good. He looked good on the few snaps we did play him. So hopeful for him. Yeah, he did. He did.
he did. I need to see at least half a year of Brooks so I can get a really good look at him. I need to see him in camp as well,
Yeah.
which obviously they're not allowing us to look at camp stuff except for what they want us to see, while the stadium construction is happening.
Right.
So we have to go with what we can see. If they're not going to show up Brooks like at all during camp, then we have to go by what we see in preseason.
Right.
And with preseason, they're not going to play him until the third game,
Right.
most likely. Yeah, it's just last minute. Okay, who needs more snaps? Type deal. They've already decided all the other spots. There's no position battles going on, so that's likely when you're going to see Brooks. Um, but we're not going to have much to go on before next year's season when it comes to Brooks. And that's what frustrated me is once we found out about the ACL tear history, uh, I think it wasn't it the same week as the draft that we found that out, or after the
Uh,
draft.
it was the same.
It was the same week. Okay, then yeah, Braylon Allen was the choice. There's no question about it. Braylon Allen was supposed to be the choice,
That's why I was so
and
shocked that we went with Jonathan Brooks because he was.
and I mean numbers wise, if you look at Brooks, yes, it makes sense if he's healthy. But see the ACL tear, I don't like messing with that
Right.
at all because the chances are you're going to tear it again at some point in your career in the NFL. Sure enough, he did. The chances are very high. Whenever you see that from a college player, you're going to see the same injury again, re-aggravated.
Hmm.
Chances are very high.
Interesting. Final boss says could Brooks also be a returner?
Possibly.
Mm, maybe that's a maybe that's an option he could do to maybe ease back into it.
But then what are you going to do with Etienne if you decide to do that?
Yeah,
Etienne can be a running back, but he's a very weak one. You
yeah,
know,
yeah. That's
he's a
another thing.
number three option, but he's a very weak number three option.
Yeah.
At running back.
See, that's
That's
another
why you
thing.
have him at return game, and he's been doing pretty decently at return game.
Now, let's see. Um, so you look at what's surrounding Josh Allen. Since that's going to be our biggest threat. Um, most productive receiver is tight end Dalton Kincaid.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you have Keon Coleman, like you mentioned, Khalil Shakir, like you
Yeah.
mentioned, Joshua Palmer. Um, so Sean McDermott said that Palmer's week to week. Um,
Mm.
Dalton Kincaid didn't play week 6. Was dealing with an oblique injury. So,
Mm.
henceforth why him and some of these guys are questionable. So it's going
Mm-hmm.
to really come down to who is going to be there to play for Buffalo. That's really going to, you know, open some eyes.
Right.
Final Boss says that's true as well. Oh, in regards to Brooks as a returner. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's, I think ultimately Josh Allen, James Cook, their running back James Cook, which that'll be another test for Carolina. They've been doing really well at stopping the run these last couple of games, so they got an opportunity to do that again for the fourth straight time. Yeah, for the fourth straight
Yeah.
time.
Fourth straight time. Cook's
Um,
been kind of slowing down a little bit, to be honest. Based on the numbers that I've seen in the last couple of weeks, I mean, you're looking at he was hitting 100 yards plus for 3 straight games against the Jets, Dolphins, and Saints. But those were terrible defenses,
yeah.
you know,
Mhm.
and averaged a touchdown a game or two. He got
Yes.
two against the Jets.
Good
And
call.
then when he faced the Patriots, only 49 yards.
Yep. Oh yeah,
When he
that's a
faced
good
the
point.
when he faced the Falcons, a revitalized Falcons defense, only 87 yards.
Mm.
So he didn't hit 100 like he was hoping to get, and 0 touchdowns in the last 2 weeks. We do not want to be the one team that gives up his next touchdown
Right.
and breaks that streak.
Agreed. Um, Joe Valesco, welcome to the stream. Says, is Jalen Coker going to be back for this game? Oh, bro, he played in the Jets game. He just didn't get a
Yep,
catch. But
yep.
he played in the Jets game.
He was covered.
Yeah, yeah. So he's already back. Joe Valesco.
We never got a chance to get him the ball because he was covered
Yeah,
the entire game.
only got targeted twice. So
Yeah, but that was because we got in trouble with the blitz.
right. Um, let's see. And speaking of James Cook, um, Sunday will be a matchup of two of the top three rushing offenses in the league. The Bills side of that is thanks to James Cook III. He is the second in the NFL in rushing yardage. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Even with not playing on Sunday, if that comes down to it, he's still
Mm-hmm.
in the top five, fourth overall in total rushing yards. He has 89.5 rushing yards per game and is still second, right behind Jonathan Taylor. 5 touchdowns and has moved the chains 28 times. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Here's something very, very weird. So, in that Falcons loss, Cook
Mm-hmm.
was on the field for 52.6% of the offensive snaps, his second lowest of the season.
Yeah, only 17 carries.
Yeah, so
No, no, he was not thrown to at all
so
in the last 2 weeks.
we gotta really we gotta really limit that dude by playing excellent run stopping defense.
Here's my thing: you can use him in a screen situation too, and the Buffalo Bills have not been doing that.
Right.
When they did do that, against the Saints, Dolphins, and the Ravens, he had success with that. But you're looking at a minimum of 5 yards, maximum of maybe 6 or 7 on that play. But it all depends on the blocking, and the blocking for Buffalo is very good. So, and that's when Kincaid is out there. See, without Kincaid, there may not result. They may not try the screen as much.
Yeah.
Let me
Joe
see.
Valesco says I owed an apology to Bryce Young. Don't feel bad. You're not the only one. And like I said, it just goes to show, like, as long as these guys are on our team, like, we keep supporting them. Like, I
Mm-hmm.
know they have their struggles and whatnot, but this is a chance for Bryce Young to really show, whether he's able to play, the Sunday or not. But this is a season where Bryce Young, has been able to go to the next level. I mean, like I said, 3 straight wins, something he's never done before in the NFL. So it's like, you know, he's catching on, he's growing, and, you know, that's why I was saying if it comes down to it that, he's mainly a game manager, as long as this team is getting wins, then so be it. You know,
Right.
nothing wrong with that. And especially if he's doing his part and not turning the ball over, then this team will be just fine.
My take on the whole game manager thing, and we it was really Cam Newton that started this whole thing.
Good point.
Um, and he started this whole conversation by talking about Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Brock Purdy. Yep.
So it's really evolved into what it is now because of that. And so you have to understand where it came from, conversation wise, before you can really deep dive into this debate.
Right.
Um, so currently, what I see in Bryce Young, is he a game manager at times? Yes. Is he a competitor at times? Yes. I see both in Bryce Young. And I know a lot of people are going to disagree with that, and that's okay. Um, it depends on what the situation calls for. If you are in a situation like what we're doing with the Jets, it calls for a game manager mode. You
Hmm.
know, if you're in a battle for field position, like we were with Dallas, say, there's times when that's necessary and other times when you need Bryce to be a competitor
Hmm.
and go full attack mode. So with Dallas, we needed him to go full attack mode because we had to keep putting up points. So it really depends on the situation and the scenario and who you have available to you.
Yeah.
Um, at the time when he is playing. Uh, and also your opponent too
Yeah.
is a big key factor of that. So
Um. Yeah.
I don't classify him totally as one or the other, and I know that's what people are trying to get me to do, and I'm not going to do that because he's both.
I see. Final boss says Bryce is proof it's not a bad thing to let rookie quarterbacks sit and learn because that benching last year helped him. Bryce got thrown into the fire his first year.
That's correct.
Here's the thing. Yeah, it definitely did seem that way. Final boss, you make a good point there, but at the same time, remember what all Carolina gave up to draft him in the first round.
Mm,
There was no way
mm,
they were going to let him sit that first year.
mm,
Like that's just how it is. All that they put into that trade to get Bryce, they weren't going to let him sit that first year. Like, yes, was it his rookie year? Sure. Could he have benefited from sitting? Sure. But
mm-hmm.
all that they poured in to trade up to get him, they weren't going to let him sit that first year. Let's just keep it real. So,
And another thing when it comes to the development of quarterbacks is it depends on each individual quarterback. Each one learns a different way.
yeah, that's true as well.
So when you're developing them, communication skills are key. Understanding the quarterback himself is key, and then understanding what his needs are and how to adjust to those needs
Mm,
becomes critical at that point to the development of that quarterback. Like for Cam, I was watching a few videos of Cam. Cam was talking about how when Derek Anderson was coming into the building, you know, at like 8 o'clock in the morning, you know,
oof.
it beats Cam to work, you know,
Uh oh.
and Cam was like, nah, nah, I'm taking this personally. You're not about to beat me to work. I'm the team leader. I'm the captain of this team. I'm the leader.
Yep. There we go.
I'm gonna come to work at 6 a.m., have all my workouts and drills taken care of, and then be a lot more productive during meetings and conversations.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, kudos to you, Cam Newton, because not everybody can do that,
True.
you
Yeah.
know. But if you are the leader of this team, you have to set an example. And Cam is exactly right by doing what he did. That's leadership. Um, and yeah, Derek did give him a lot of leadership uh, abilities and taught him a lot. But
Yep.
at the same time, like Cam is the leader of the team at the time.
True.
So he's got to lead by example and do what he needs to do in order for people to follow him. So I like that, and I hope Bryce adopts that and uh, follows that example. That's really cool.
Yeah. So, interestingly enough, um, defense.
Mm-hmm.
Bills defense. Okay, this is about to get interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So, the Bills added some key pieces to their free agents from free agency in the offseason. Ed Oliver, who's tied for a team high 2.0 sacks despite missing 4 games, uh, joined by Joey Bosa and Larry Ogunjobi,
Mm-hmm.
the latter of whom is now eligible um, after serving, along with defensive Michael Hook, to return after serving a 6 game suspension for violating the performance enhancing drug policy.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they added Shaq, who
Mm-hmm.
has 24 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, and 2 passes defended so far this season. Um, a key stat to keep an eye out. Heading into the bye week, the Bills had the league's second best pressure rate thanks to a certain Joey Bosa, who is in the top 15 in quarterback pressure rates with 16.5% and is on pace to have his best career stat in that column since 2020. O line, O line, O line, O line. Y'all have got to lock in.
This is a real test for y'all.
Yeah.
Joey Bosa is coming in with 6 sacks, six total, look, 6 solo tackles, 2 sacks, and 4 forced fumbles. The
Yeah.
biggest number I want you to pay attention to is the 4 forced fumbles
Yes.
because this has been we've been winning the turnover battle thus
Mhm.
far, but
Mhm.
we've been playing weaker opponents. This is the Bills. This is a whole new animal,
Yes.
and these guys are depth filled. And when you're talking about Joey Bosa, his counterpart is none other than our favorite former defensive end, Greg Rousseau. Now, Greg Rousseau has been having a great year because of Joey Bosa, coming in boasting 10 solo tackles and a sack and a half himself.
Ah.
He also comes in with a pass deflection
Yes, he
against the
does.
Jets.
Yep.
But Joey Bosa is the one you need to worry about.
Yes.
Greg Rousseau is the run stopper, but if you're looking at pass rushing, Joey Bosa is his counterpart. That's his yin to
Right.
his yang. And um, I mentioned this because we need to go out and get the yin to the uh, yang of our best pass rusher right now.
Uh huh.
And I think we need to let Nick develop a little bit. I
Mhm.
don't think he's really ready. I think we threw him into the fire a little too soon
Mm.
because we didn't have anything else in the free agent pool that we could sign.
Right.
But Princely is developed. He's ready to go. And you know, again, I'm not ready to say the B word with when it comes to Nick because of the last game,
Right.
and I do see something in it. So I'd like to see a year of him, being developed this year, and then come out in the second year and pop off if he's got the skills to do it. So I think in order for us to take that next step on the D line, I would like to see us trade Nick Scott and a pick for a defensive end
Oh,
and see
interesting.
where it goes.
Final
Or
boss
a
says.
safety.
Final boss says good news. Lewis is back this week. It sounds like. Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to see Nick Scott in a pick traded for a safety or a defensive end right now. If you are comfortable sitting out the rest of this year, without a top 10 pass rush, you know, and focusing on safety to make sure we don't give up touchdowns,
Mhm.
that's an acceptable trade off. If you want to go after the quarterback and risk the safety position because of Nick Scott back there, you know, giving an opening, you know, um, to a newly drafted rookie, Lathan, and taking the risk there.
Mhm.
I think that would be okay, but I either way, you're winning. You know what I mean? But you're also taking a risk.
Yes. Good
So,
point.
I mean, which one would you rather have, in a trade? So either one I think would be acceptable for us to trade for, but just those two positions specifically. I think we're okay at linebacker for now. We could ride it out until the end of the year, based on what we've seen in the last few games. So either way, Nick Scott has to be included in the trade. No offense, Nick, but you've had plenty of time, buddy. But it's it's probably best we part ways. While you still have some trade value.
Yeah. Uh,
because at this point he can't guard a parked car.
yeah, it's definitely looking that way. Final Boss says also Pat Jones is done for the season, so rookie has to step up. Yes, that's correct. He says if we pull out the win Sunday, do you think Dan Morgan will make a move at the deadline? That's a good question.
Mm,
mm, After a win, I
mm.
mm, I don't know. Like it it really depends.
I say you're always trying to look for an upgrade for your team, whether it be trading, whether it be off season, whether it be free agency. So um, Nick Scott has still continued to be the Achilles heel on this defense right now, unfortunately. And the Jets game really highlighted that,
Uh huh.
considering the fact that we shut down the Jets offense. And they still managed to get successful passes over the top and hit and burn him. Um, Pickens burned him as well during the Dallas game, even though we forced him to throw it exactly where we wanted him to throw it, knowing that weakness. So we took advantage of that during the Dallas game. But during the Jets game, okay, Nick, it's time for you to get your act together and play well. And he did not. He was second in tackling. Yes, you can run stop, but can you protect anything
Mm,
out there?
that's a good point.
And that's the problem. The man can't protect the beach ball,
Oof. Yeah, hoist.
and it's been evident. The dude just stands there in coverage and won't break coverage to go after a tackle when he knows the ball is in motion towards a wide receiver. And I'm like, dude, move. Don't be a statue. Do something. You know, like it frustrated me so much. I've called him out so many times for that. And I understand guys have different reaction times. I get that. But at some point, you got to increase that and not continue to stay in that pattern. And Nick Scott has stayed in that pattern way too long. So he does have trade value in the sense that, yes, he can stop the run. So that's why I'm saying Nick Scott and a pick, because he's still worth something. Late round fifth, I believe. Um, Possibly mid round fifth value
Right.
at this point. Because yes, there are a lot of safeties that can tackle well, but how many of them can run stop?
Right.
See, that's why he's still got some value. That plus he was special teams captain for a lot of time, a lot of years. So I feel like there's something here value wise if you throw him in with a pick.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a fourth rounder or a fifth rounder. Let's double it up, value wise, and let's just see what we get. Because
Mm.
sometimes you can go into depth charts of teams, with two fifth round picks on the block, the player worth a fifth and pick itself and get a decent defensive end, you know. And if we can find a hidden gem, I think there's something to be said there. You can also find a safety, for that value as well,
Mm.
hidden in the depth chart of a team without having to go into practice squads. I mean, sometimes you can go into practice squad and find somebody, but um, what are the chances of that happening?
Yep.
But I would say those chances are increased with Dave Canales and Dave because they do their homework on these players.
Yep.
Yeah, Dan Morgan has really been good at that as of lately. He's found some hidden gems that were undrafted people, took them into our roster, and they've done excellent work for us. So it all really depends on what you can find. But I think the value stays the same regardless.
Interesting
Um,
here from Final Boss. He says, word is that Max Crosby is on the trade block rumor. Hmm.
I heard that too. Let me let, let me look up his contract real quick.
While you're doing that, Keep Pounding USS says, off topic, but y'all don't have to comment, but y'all think about the sports gambling arrests? Yes.
Yeah, I
It's
heard about that, but I don't know much about it.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit. I know just recently, I know NBA players Terry Rozier and Chauncey, or former NBA player Chauncey Billup, now coach, is under. They got arrested and they're under investigation for sports gambling. I mean, I've never been a part of it, never will be a part of it, but
Mm-mm.
like, I mean, I really don't know what the whole law or stipulations are in regards to that. Like I hear like so many different things. It's hard to really understand how like it's supposed to work legally versus illegally. So,
I'll say this: since I did start sports gambling this year, um, legally in South Carolina, you cannot bet on the money lines by themselves,
oh,
as in whole teams.
I see.
Money lines. You can bet on other things,
Mhm.
such as passing touchdown, receiving yards, etc. You know, all of that, but you can't bet on straight money lines. You could do that in North Carolina. I know that.
Um Final Boss says it doesn't help that NBA games are on FanDuel networks. I did not know that.
That is true. Yeah.
But but
I don't
yeah,
follow the NBA, but yes, that is correct.
Yeah, but I can't really say I know how a lot of that works, so I can't really give you an answer there. Keep pounding USA, but
I'm just getting started with this stuff, so I don't really have a definitive answer on that either. But I can tell you what I've learned so far, and that's what I just told you. So,
yeah. Um.
looking at Max Crosby's contract, we're
Oh
looking at
yes.
159.3 million dollars
Oof.
for a 5-year contract.
Oof.
So in 2025, he is scheduled to make $38.1 million. Next year, 35.8, 29.7, then 27.2, then 28.2.
Huh.
Based on the money, that's going to be a hard no. That's too much. Sorry, we're not paying that for Max Crosby. Um, I am currently looking through to see what else is out there. Um, and we don't have any names yet or anything. So our team is on it right now, and we're trying to figure that out. What is the best option for us? We'll
Hmm.
have something for you. Um,
Final
I don't want to
boss.
put a timeline on it yet.
Final boss says, yeah, that would kill our cap. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, and would not allow us to resign Rico as well.
Right.
Yeah, or Oshaw. So I don't want to put a timeline on when that's going to happen as far as like what we're going to find.
Right.
we'll try to push for it in the next week here and just see
Hmm.
what we find out. But since we have the 2 weeks before trade deadline, so if we find something, we'll push it. You know,
Yeah,
if we feel it's a necessary trade for us.
yeah,
Um, if we don't find anything, we're not going to push something that shouldn't be pushed. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So if we're not completely, unanimous as far as how we feel about it, in the vote, then I don't see any point in trying to push that on the stream.
Understandable. Yeah, definitely understandable.
But yeah, debates are ongoing. We're gonna find somebody. I promise you. Team's
Um,
on it.
yeah. I just got to keep our eyes out and oh my goodness.
Hmm.
Oof, the Chargers are destroying the Vikings right now. 24-10.
Chargers have a really good team. I mean,
Ooh, Carson Wentz has been sacked 5 times. Jeez.
they have good pass rushers. Um,
And they can't get any offense going, really. I mean, Carson Wentz has the one touchdown to Jordan Addison, but they only got 18 total yards rushing. Goodness gracious.
and this is what I was concerned about with Carson Wentz is that he needs to have a Fort Knox of an offensive line, otherwise he is cooked.
Oof.
And
Oof.
he's been riding on a lot of success lately, with the Vikings. But at some point, that luck is going to run out. Let me see who the Vikings have been playing.
Final Boss says, true, never overreact. We did that in 2021 when we started 3-0 and then traded for CJ Henderson. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. That
Hmm.
that's a fair point.
Um, but yeah, you look at the Vikings last 4 or 5 games here. They played. Did Wentz start the entire year?
No, Wentz came in. McCarthy went down, and then Wentz came in.
When did that happen?
Let me see. Did they play? Did he play in the Eagles game? Okay, he played in the Eagles game. Did not play
Played the
well.
Eagles game. Um,
Uh, well, he won in the Browns game.
he won in the Browns game.
Yeah.
Yep, that's correct.
Played in the Steelers game.
Yep.
So he came in. No,
Um,
he played the Bengals game.
played the Bengals.
So Bengals was when he came in. So week three.
Okay. Okay. So we're talking about um, this is a weak Bengals team, absolutely garbage Bengals team. So it does not surprise me he had a lot of success against them. He goes up against the Steelers. The Steelers defense has been getting better this year, although they still have some weak spots. Wentz
Yeah.
still had 350 yards because he was able to throw it deep, handful of times and complete a bunch of passes, 30 for 46, 2 touchdowns, but he still had 2 picks. Ladies and gentlemen, he had 2 picks. Be aware of that.
This
Now
is
you
true.
go into the Browns game. Wentz again faced a terrible Browns team. Had a successful day, 25 for 34, 1 touchdown, only one. So then he faces a real team, which is the Eagles.
Right.
And that's where, again, those 2 interceptions reared their ugly heads again.
Yep.
So when he faced decent teams like the Steelers and the Eagles, that's 2 interceptions apiece in those
Yes.
games. And I would not be surprised to see 2 interceptions be on the scoreboard against the Chargers by the end of this game. He's got his one touchdown so far.
Yeah.
Here's where the Chargers start to take over on defense, and you're going to see 2 picks pop up, or
And
at
they
least one.
and they still got a whole nother quarter to play.
This is a very, very good secondary by the Chargers.
Yeah.
So I would not be surprised to see. Let me see. Let me see. Khalil Mack is having a good year. Cam Hart's having a good year. He's already got 2 pass deflections already in this one.
Oh snap.
Yep. So I mean, like, if I'm Wentz, do not test Cam Hart right now. Do not test Khalil Mack either. He's got a tackle for a loss and a sack.
This is true.
Justin Eagleby is the surprise. Thus far, he has 2 sacks, 2 tackles for a loss, 2 quarterback hits, which he had not previously been doing that much this year. 11 solo tackles before this. Well, call it 9 before today, right?
Ah.
If you're counting the 2 today, 2 or 3 today. Either 8 or 9. Because I think they credited him with 3 tackles. Yeah, 3.
Oh.
So, interestingly enough, he's gotten tackles, but he hasn't done that much. He got a sack against the Giants and a sack against Washington before today.
Right.
Okay, so that ESPN number is before today. So that's 11 solo tackles, 2 sacks before today.
Ooh. Gotcha. Gotcha.
And on the 2 sacks, was 14 tackles. And a lot of you remember this guy. He was a round 4 pick by the Chargers last year from Alabama. National champion. 6'5", 292.
Oh. Okay.
That name stuck out to me like a sore thumb in that draft. He was heavily touted as one of the best defensive ends in that draft. And he's showing it right now. Exactly why he was touted as one of the best.
Yeah. Yeah. For reals.
Also, don't forget, the Chargers also have Dante Jackson.
Yep. They sure do. I totally forgot about that. They got Action Jackson.
Yeah, a lot of people forgot about this dude, but he's touting 4 pass deflections and a pick with 10 solo tackles right at the moment. He's had a successful time in LA with the Chargers.
Oh
Um,
snap.
when we let go of him in 23, Pittsburgh picked him up.
Yep.
And he had 28 solo tackles, 10 assists, 1 fumble recovery, 5 interceptions that year. Career high, by the way, for him.
Oh. Yep.
And
That's right.
8 pass deflections,
That's right. He did.
matching some of his best numbers early on in his career.
Yep.
And 2 run stuffs. The dude has not lost his ability to make an impact in a game. And I want to remind people of that. This is the same Dante Jackson we had before
Yep.
that we refused to pay and we let go of. Be careful who you cut. I don't know how many more times I've got to say that on streams because every one of these cuts matter and they will come back to bite us in some way, shape, or form. even a kicker. I mean, can y'all imagine the fact that Graham Gano cost us a Giants game?
He's not
Yeah,
wrong.
Graham Gano, the last person you would expect to cost us a game. This is exactly why we need to be extra careful with this. I've been pointing this out for a few years now, and even longer in the comment sections before I started even doing YouTube because it matters. And now Greg Rousseau is about to come back to bite us. Shaq is about to come back to bite us
Oof.
because we tossed these guys. Sam Franklin Jr. is about to come back to bite us on special teams. This is the stuff I keep warning people about. Like, I'm not just saying this just for the fun of it.
Right.
There's a reason. Yeah, I sound like a broken record when I say it, but every week that I have to say it, look whose names pop up. I mean, you got Cedric Van Brand sitting at third string at center for the Buffalo Bills. You got Curtis Samuel, who we are lucky we are not playing against. Otherwise, he would cook us in our secondary. With Nick Scott back there, oh yeah, Curtis Samuel. If he was on Mike Jack, he would have a field day back there. That would be his season high. No question about it. You think they won't get him involved? Oh, absolutely they will against his former team. This dude will have a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point.
You're lucky we're not playing against him on Sunday. I mean, these guys, they've got an axe to burn with our management. Every single one of them. And I mean, this went even further back than Steve Smith. This went further back than that. It's crazy to me how many of these guys have come back to burn us. And here we are. You know, I man, honestly, we should be very, very lucky that Shaq is in second string. Oh wait, Matt Milano is hurt. Here comes Shaq at just the right time to come back and cook us.
Oh, snap. Final Boss says, I remember when Gano made a 60-yarder to beat the Giants in 2018. Yep, I remember that. But,
I was so pissed. And I was like, you guys did this. You did this to yourselves. We just can't help shooting ourselves in the foot at the wrong time. Yeah, we're on a 3-game winning streak. Okay, cool. Yeah. Here comes the pass to bite us again. Hard.
yeah. So, you gotta be able to keep the streak going, but stay focused and really just improve in the areas necessary to really get this team to the point where Carolina can become the threat they once were for at least multiple years in a row. Um, Interesting. Final Boss says we definitely should have brought back Shaq back on a 1 year deal. Hmm. Well, I could see both sides of it. Final Boss being that Shaq had two serious back-to-back injuries that took him out for the
Mm-hmm.
season. So I can
So can I.
so I can kind of understand why they didn't, but you know, I see both sides of it, especially considering how useful Shaq has been to the team. I mean, he was on the 2015 Super Bowl team, so I mean, and the Chargers just scored again.
Good grief.
30 to 10, about to be 31 to 10. So
Mm.
wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. So Wentz can't get the ball to Justin Jefferson?
Oof.
Oh, well, 6 catches, 72 yards. Well, okay. Well,
Snead
hmm.
is on the IR for the Titans.
Oh.
Giants just signed Ray Ray.
Oh, dang, that didn't take. Wow, no catches for Thielen. What the heck?
Mm.
Carson Wentz, what are you doing, dude?
I mean, like I
Well,
said, you've got to have a Fort Knox offensive line to protect Wentz. If you don't have a Fort Knox offensive line, this dude is going to get cooked.
yeah, that is a good point. He's 5 sacks. Yeah, you're not
Yep.
wrong there. Mm.
So I wonder if somebody got hurt in the offensive line today, maybe, because typically they've been pretty solid protection wise this year.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
the Vikings are at 500. Probably not for long, but man, just man. Well, well, it is what it is. I mean, hopefully the Vikings can bounce back at some point, but they are not looking
mhm.
too good. And Carson Wentz, oh man, dude is getting eaten up.
Calvin Ridley has a hamstring injury. Xavier Woods is limited with a ankle injury for the Titans.
Dang, they're very much beat up.
Oh yeah, they are. Cosby's back hurt for the Washington Commanders. Okay, all right. Oh man, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on this bottom line for the NFL Network.
Final Boss says Vikings made a mistake not resigning Sam Darnold, but they was in a rough spot with them trading up for a quarterback. Yeah, that is true.
Ooh, Kareem Hunt's hurt again.
Dang, that dude can't stay healthy.
Right. Do not add him to your fantasy team.
Don't do it.
Jerry Judy's got a knee injury for the Browns. Oof. Wow. Stephon Diggs has a chest injury. Okay. Interesting stuff. I'm just trying to learn as much as I can about what's going on here. Ooh, Chris Godwin has a fibula injury. Hassan
Oh,
Reddick ankle and a knee injury.
oof, jeez.
Ikuba hamstring. Haggard shoulder injury. Levante David knee and a rib. Winfield Jr. toe injury. And Islian limited with his injury.
Oh,
Interesting stuff. So that's stuff that we need to know, going into this division title battle, going
right,
forward.
right.
Because uh, Tampa is playing the Saints, but I see a Tampa win there.
Oh,
Yeah,
I can as
we'll
well.
get into that a little later, but that's just stuff I noticed was big. Um, Diving into this depth chart, let's look at Ed Oliver. We're looking at a 6'1", 287-pound defensive tackle
That was
from
one of
Houston.
their newest their signings in free agency.
Yeah. 7 solo tackles, 2 sacks, 1 forced fumble so far, so he's making an impact already. Um,
Yes, yes.
he had a really big day against the Ravens. So, Daquan Jones, I think everybody knows Daquan
Yep. Used to be a
at this
Panther.
point. Yep, former Panther.
Yep.
Again. That makes 5 of them, folks. 5 or 6. They always have 5 or 6 former Panthers on this roster.
That's how they get you.
4 solo tackles, 2 sacks so far. But he is not the answer at run stop. Yeah, he can get sacks. He got one against the Saints. He got one against the Jets. But these are weak offensive lines. But when it comes to run stopping, that's his kryptonite.
Final boss
That's
says the Bucks has a rough 3 games after their bye. Pats, Bills, and Rams. Yeah, good point.
yes, they do.
They're going to be tested.
Yeah, and so do we. We have the Bills, Packers, and an easy game against the Saints where we could catch up by a game if
Yeah,
we
there.
get lucky.
Yeah, there we go.
If the Buccaneers go on a 3-game losing streak, that's 1 game uh, caught back up for
Right.
us. So I would very much like to see that happen because we can beat the Saints. That's that's an easy one. I'm not going to say it's an easy win because there's no easy wins in the NFL, but yeah, we can take the Saints.
Yep.
No question. But yeah, this is exactly why this is the 31st ranked run defense out there. It's because of these two gentlemen. We know Daquan Jones is not the answer to run stop because we tried him out ourselves. But they make up for it in pass rush. So let's look at the linebacker core. We know Shaq pretty well. How's Shaq's year been doing? 16 solo tackles, 1 sack, 1 forced fumble. That's the Shaq we know right there.
This is true.
He is a very aggressive pass rusher and tackler. But can he cover? No. That's where one of their weaknesses is. We can take advantage of that. So I would like to see, well, unless Terrell Bernard or Dorian Williams are solid. If they are, then be cautious.
Perhaps, yeah.
Um, Terrell is a good tackler, and he does have 1 pick, but he's not being rushed. He's handling run stopping duties. He does have 1 pass deflection that he got lucky on, I think, against the Dolphins. But I mean, that's Tua being Tua this year.
Tua being Tua.
So we look at Dorian Williams. We're dealing with a 3-year guy from Tulane, 6'2", 230. 15 solo tackles. That's it in his stats. So he's a run stopper as well. But how many yards have these running backs gotten on these guys before they make the tackles?
Mm-hmm.
That's the question I've got. Because that adds to your 31st ranked run defense that you're seeing on the stat sheet. Now, that can easily change at the drop of a hat. So be ready. You know, as you heard me read out these numbers between Terrell and Dorian, that can change. And Shaq is an excellent run stopper too, but you know, he's been burned a couple of times too in the past when he
True.
was with us. So my thought process is throw the ball over the middle. You have linebackers, but how many of them are stopping passes? You know, that's your soft coverage right there. Watch where the linebackers are, and you'll have success.
Ah.
Um, so let's learn about these corners. You got a nickel corner named Teron Johnson, dealing with a 8-year guy, 5'11", 192 from Weber State. I've never even heard of Weber State. Have you?
I have. I don't know where it's located, but I have heard the name at least.
Hmm. Okay. I haven't heard of that one. So that's new to me. 17 solo tackles, but no other numbers except for two pass deflections. One against the Falcons, one against the Dolphins. But beyond that, nothing else
Mm.
sticks out. That could be an open for us to throw the ball into. Um, for Davius White. Now, this is a name I'm familiar with.
Very familiar with, yes.
Yeah. 9 years in the league, Louisiana State, 5'11", 192. 19 solo tackles. He's got 3 pass deflections as of now,
Right.
but nothing else. The question is, do you want to start testing these corners? As of right now, the answer might be yes. But we still haven't looked at Benford. 6'1", 205 pounds, 4 years in the league from Villanova. Now, this is one of those guys, every once in a while, you'll see a good guy come out of Villanova. It's not just a basketball school,
Hmm.
as everybody thinks it is. Every once in a while, you'll see a good player come out of there. 19 solo tackles, no pass deflections as of right now. Um, I think let's throw the ball a little bit, but let's keep it away from these safeties. Taylor Rapp is a pretty decent safety. 7 years out of the league.
Mm.
208 pounds, 6'0". 17 solo tackles. As of now, nothing in the pass deflection area, but that could change at any moment
Hmm.
because he does have the potential to do that. Cole Bishop is the other one.
Right.
6'2", 207, 2 years in the league from Utah. 19 solo tackles, 2 sacks, 1 pick. He's the one you want to watch out for. He's got 1 pass deflection against the Saints. And that interception also happened against the Saints. The sack happened against the Patriots and the Jets. Like, this is a guy we need to be very wary of.
Okay.
He had a lot of success last year with tackling. He had a forced fumble last year.
Right.
So be aware that's in play. Um, but the rest of these guys didn't really get me to look into deeper numbers from earlier in their career.
Okay.
Tre'Davious White, I think, would be one of them that I would.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I definitely agree on that one. That's one of the first names pointed out when it came to that defense.
3 sacks so far in his career, 76 pass deflections. He's slowed down in the past few years, but that doesn't mean he can't build that number back up.
Hmm. Still a threat.
255 solo tackles out of 354. The man can tackle. So, 18 interceptions.
Dang.
Before he went to the Rams, he was averaging at least one a year. His strongest number was 2019 at 6 of them.
Right.
2017, during his rookie year, he had 4. As far as pass deflections, his strongest years were 17 and 19 in 2020, where he hit double digits. His forced fumbles were earlier on in his career. So I don't think we have to really worry about that right at the moment. It's really the pass deflections and the interception number that concern me. So do not sleep on Mr. White.
Right. I agree.
That could be a problem. If you think you got a match, a matchup issue there, think again, because he is capable of deflecting passes.
Right.
I would try Benford, or I would try Johnson first before I would do that. And if you see a matchup where we can take advantage of Taylor Rapp over there, take advantage of that. But do not throw it over near Bishop. Over the middle, I think we have an advantage. Shaq did improve his pass coverage in the last year when he was with us. So be aware of that. That's something that we have knowledge of. Being that we've seen him play.
Right.
Before he went to the Steelers and did his own thing. No, before he went to Buffalo. Because he stuck with just Buffalo.
Yeah. Yeah, it was about
for 1 year. Yeah, so we have inside information on Shaq as far as that goes. I think as long as you avoid Shaq in coverage, you should be fine. If you try to get into a situation where you're trying to break tackles, don't run towards Shaq because he will wrap you up. Push Terrell Bernard and Dorian Williams in those scenarios.
Right.
If you're trying to get to the second level with your running backs. And as far as the pass rush, offensive line, I'm looking at you right now. I'm challenging y'all. Make a statement. Win the trenches. Show them that we are not going to be intimidated and this is our line.
Yeah, we definitely
These
need
are
to.
our trenches. Do not be intimidated by Greg Rousseau. Greg Rousseau is a tough runner. He's a tough pass rusher, but he can be beat. Otherwise, he would not have ended up as a second stringer for us.
Right.
Those numbers are far and away what he should be doing sack-wise. And that's what Buffalo is going to key in on, at the end of the year when they start talking contracts with Greg. But Bosa is the one you want to double team. Double team the crap out of Joey Bosa.
Right.
I do not want to see this dude come anywhere near Derek, our quarterback back there.
Right.
Mr. Andy Dalton. Or that's going to be a problem.
Right.
Because Andy will stand back there like a statue and take the sack.
Unfortunately, yeah,
That
true.
is what he does. That is his tendency when he's under pressure. He doesn't throw the ball away. He just takes the sack. And I'm like, Andy, you cannot keep doing that. You've got to throw the ball away. You've got to have better awareness. I understand you're an older quarterback now, but
Hey,
you've got to have better awareness.
keep going. I'm gonna stop by the restroom.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
So when I look at this offensive line versus Joey Bosa, and this is important because we need to understand where Bosa is going to be versus the matchup. Typically, he's been on the right side, hasn't he? I think. So if he's been on the right side, you're going to be dealing with Icky, and that's a problem because if Joey Bosa gets past Icky on the outside, it's over for Andy Dalton. And Icky's had that weakness this year, early on in the year. And what I don't want to see happen is that come back and become a problem and bite Icky. Um, because all our left tackles are having that issue all the way down the line. And I'm questioning what is making that happen. I don't understand why every single one of these left tackles gets beat on the outside. And I suggested talking to maybe the offensive line coach,
All right, I'm back.
maybe some type of developmental uh, drills or something with the left tackles, but every single one of them keeps getting beat on the outside.
Right,
So if Bosa is sitting over there against Icky, that's going to become a problem.
right. Nah, that's
Icky's
dangerous.
got that history, man.
He
He's got that
does.
history, and I don't like that. So if we have to deal with that for 4 whole quarters of a game, mm, you know, if he's battling against Taylor Moton over there,
Uh huh.
is Taylor Moton is he in?
Yeah, should be.
Okay. If he's battling against Taylor Moton, I would like to see that matchup more so than I would against him against Icky. Because I think Taylor Moton would hold his own for at least 3 quarters against Bosa.
Right.
We've seen him battle like really, really good pass rushers and handle his business over there without a problem. It's been Icky that's been the problem.
Right.
Um, so, like I was saying, like maybe talk to the offensive line coach, maybe institute some drills, maybe something over there. I don't know what we can do about that right now. But if Icky's going to keep getting roasted over there because of that, something's got to be done.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can't keep facing top 5 defensive end pass rushers in the next month and expect him to continue to hold his own over there when he keeps getting beat on the outside.
Right.
So I don't know what kind of pass rushers we're facing with Green Bay yet. I haven't done my homework on them just yet. Um, I haven't seen. Um, I need to take a closer look at the Falcons' defensive ends as well and see like what they're doing right now
Hmm.
because we're going to be dealing with them later on. So if this continues to be a thing, you know, um, that's a problem.
Yeah.
We can we can manage it against the Saints and make it, dress it up, put lipstick on it, make it look like it doesn't exist there.
Put
But
lipstick on it.
against Green Bay and Atlanta, I don't know that we could do that. And against Joey Bosa, I don't think we can at all. It's going to be exposed. So I'm wondering like what the play is there. I don't know. But
Interesting note from Final Boss. He says, not that they would do this, but do you think we would be better off with Brady Christensen at left tackle and move Icky inside the guard? Honestly, nah, I wouldn't.
I was just about to address that actually. Um
I personally wouldn't do it. But what are your thoughts on that?
Good segue because I was about to address that. that was going to be what I was going to talk about next.
Okay.
Um, because we have a certain offensive line set up for pass protection, as we had against the Cowboys, and we had a certain way of doing it uh, as far as opening up the run, like we did against the Jets. There,
Mm.
actually, it's flip flop. It's flip flop. My bad. Um, because yeah, we had a ton of running yards against Dallas. My bad. But it really depends on which offensive line setup you want to use against Buffalo. Right now, I'm leaning towards let's open up the run game, and I think everybody's kind of in unison about that. So it's not really that much of a secret that that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
So what they're going to adjust with is let's stack the box.
Ah.
You
Uh.
know,
Yeah. Stacking the box, most definitely. Um. Oh, Kevin McFarland, welcome to the stream. He says you have hello. You have great points, but I will challenge that our players are starting to be better than they are on other teams. Dan Morgan has finally brought in good players from other teams, and I mean,
yes and no.
yes and no. Yeah, I agree. Yes and no.
If you're talking about the players that went to other teams from Marty and Scott Fitterer, then no, because these guys are exceptionally still good. But if you're talking about the guys that we just drafted that we have not let go, I think our guys that we currently have are better as of current
Hmm. I see.
because and there's a lot of elements with this because we're trying to build a consistent winner with the guys that we have under Dave Canales and
Yeah.
Dan Morgan, so it's different. Um, Whereas before that, we didn't have a direction, we didn't have an identity. We were just gathering players just to gather players.
Yeah. Kevin says there are a lot of free agent players that we have hit on really well. Yeah. I mean, we've
Yes,
definitely scooped up a handful,
absolutely.
but this is
And a
def
few of them were undrafted.
yeah, exactly. But this is a winnable game for sure. It's just yeah, the O line is really going to be tested greatly in this
Mm-hmm.
game. And the D line, they like I said, great game against the Jets and being able to get pressure on Justin Fields as well as Tyrod Taylor. Forcing Tyrod Taylor, to throw some bad passes, 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
So, being that we're going up against the reigning MVP and Josh Allen, I really hope this will be a game where the pass rush will show up again, like it did in the Jets game.
You'll see it from Princely. You won't see it as much from Nick Gordon.
Hmm.
Um, and that's really all our pass rush is, except for Trevin Wallace. Trevin gets into the backfield. Christian Rosebloom occasionally gets into the backfield. Um, in the Jets game, you saw Chashar Wharton get into the backfield and a little bit of on Robinson.
Uh huh.
Derek Brown has had a successful game against the Jets as well, but Derek Brown is mostly there for the run stop.
Yeah, that's his key.
If he somehow gets into the backfield, awesome. But he'll get tackles for loss. But mostly we want to make sure that Trayvon Moehrig is up there as a spot.
Right.
We do not want Josh Allen running circles around us and not closing off the gaps. Um. Oh, and I forgot we had Damani Richardson.
Yeah, we still have him. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So I mean, it. Ooh, Chargers just scored again.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, 37 point. Dang. Well,
Oh boy.
well, that game's about to be over. I mean,
Oh yeah, Vikings are cooked.
yeah, they're definitely cooked. There's only like what, just a little over a minute left. Yeah, they're done.
This is a dangerous Chargers team. Do not sleep on the Chargers. And I think they just sent that message today.
Yep, they're about.
13 unanswered points in the fourth quarter.
Yep, they're about to improve to 5-3.
Mm. And they're also ahead of the Kansas City Chiefs currently.
Oh shoot.
So is Denver, who
Uh,
is 5-2.
Final Boss says this is probably going to be like the Cowboys game. I say 30-27, something like that if we win. Oof. Well,
I mean,
well, I guess I might as well segue into this.
uh, Dawson Knox is the last guy, one of the last two I wanted to look at. Dawson Knox is the tight end you're going to see in this game because of the fact that Kincaid is out. 7 catches, 73 yards,
Oh, he's
10.43
confirmed.
average, and a touchdown.
He's confirmed out. I thought he was just questionable.
If Kincaid is out, you'll see Dawson.
Oh, okay. Gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah, we haven't confirmed that yet, so we don't know. Uh, it's funny. I'm watching a Green Bay and Pittsburgh's old Super Bowl game on NFL Network, and they've got a convertible car as a MVP thing for Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Remember when they used to have convertibles
Yeah.
as your MVP car?
Yeah.
Now it's Suburbans.
It's
But
it's fun.
anyway.
It's funny you mentioned that because actually, in my area, they're getting ready. I don't know when they're going to, but they're getting ready to open a Rolls Royce dealership.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Like when I saw the sign for that, I was like, what? So, yeah, will be
Now
interesting.
you've got Cadillacs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, gosh.
It's like the official car sponsor of the NFL, sort of.
Oh, they're showing one of the top 10 Super Bowl finishers, and they just showed the Panthers against New England, and they were showing the Moose Muhammad touchdown.
Ah, nice.
Steve
Um,
Smith getting mentioned there.
Final Boss says that is if we run the ball successful, it all comes down to our running game. If they shut down the running game, it's going to be a long day. Yeah, that's whew. I just
That is so cool. Ugh. And then they just showed the John Casey kick out of bounds.
yeah,
Ugh.
that one hurt. That one hurt.
Yeah. That's so wild, man.
But I
We
think
had so many great players that day, too.
but I think third time will be the charm. We just got to get back there. We just got to get back there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think third time will be the charm.
Oof. As far as current game day right now, um, I think if we come out and make a statement on defense and stop the run right out of the gate, it's going to force Josh Allen to beat us either by running the ball, or by throwing it
Uh huh.
somewhere, running it himself and throwing it. So if you come out and you make a statement and just stop the run completely, like we've been doing the
Uh
last three
huh.
weeks, Josh Allen has to beat us through the air.
Right.
So that means everybody's got to be on point in the secondary. That means linebackers, corners, safeties, everybody. Be on point. Man to man press up coverage. Just like we've been doing the last 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the last 2 weeks, that's what I was trying to get them to do. And they finally did it. And I was like, thank you.
Right.
About freaking time. Now we're actually getting somewhere. Because if we're dealing with past deflections like that, now we can come in confidently and we can start to shut these passes down
Yeah.
of Josh Allen's. To where, let me see, how many points is Buffalo scoring per game here? Let's see. Buffalo, how many have you been putting up?
Uh, Kevin says, bold prediction. I think the Panthers might win a close game 24-20. I hope so because our defense has gotten better and Andy can from the offense smoother than Bryce might ever. I don't know about that. Final Boss says, if we played that Broncos team 10 times, we beat them 8 out of 10. That's what hurts the most. We was the better team,
Mm-hmm.
just had an off day. Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much.
exactly.
Kevin says, I would like to shut out the Bills. Unlikely to happen though. That's not happening.
No,
Let's keep it
no,
real. That's not happening.
no. Let's come back down to earth. So we're talking about a Bills team that beat the Ravens 41-40. That's with Lamar Jackson.
Right.
They beat the Jets 30-10. They beat the Dolphins 31-21. So I mean that checks. They beat the Saints 31-19. And then when they played a serious defense, which was the Patriots at the
Mm-hmm.
time, that defense was starting to really step up. 23-20. They lost. They only put up 20. Last week against a Falcons defense that has stepped up as of recently in the last couple of games.
Right.
The Bills got limited to 14 points and lost that game 24-14.
Mm-hmm.
There is an opening, folks. A big, big opening. One that we will not get a chance to have again for another few years. This is like the planets aligning for us right here. And I'm telling you, if Bryce Young plays this game, we could win by 3. Playing the way we have been the last 3 weeks. I don't want to get anybody's hopes up because this is a very, very dangerous Bills team.
Yes, absolutely.
They could turn this around at any time, you know, in the next couple of weeks here.
Right.
It won't be against the Chiefs, but they'll probably turn it back around against the Dolphins if they don't do it against us. That'll be their next opportunity to turn back up. So, with the injuries that they're dealing with right now, of course, we are familiar with Keon Coleman. We are familiar with Shakur now. We know Joshua Palmer's dangerous. We know Kincaid is dangerous. So don't make the mistake of thinking these guys don't have weapons beyond that, too. Curtis Samuel is questionable.
Right.
So we know what Curtis Samuel is capable of doing. Let's not pretend we don't. Okay.
Right.
Elijah Moore is a chain mover, 4 catches for 64, 16.0 average.
Right.
That's somebody to watch out for too. Short yardage situations. And Let's see what we're doing with Tyrell Shavers.
Final Boss says a pissed off Bills fan as well. They lost the last two and was sitting on it during their bye. Kevin says the 8-0 record after bye week is alarming since 2017. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very alarming. 5 catches, 51 yards, 10.2 average for Tyrell. So yeah, these guys are highly dangerous
Yeah.
wide receiver weapons. Do not sleep on this offense at all. Or excuse my language, but that is your ass if
Yep.
you do. I'm telling you, defensive players, do not sleep on them, or you will get cooked like a Thanksgiving dinner way too early.
Way too early.
Yeah, this is if Josh Allen should go down with an injury, you're dealing with Michael Trubisky. I don't have any faith in Michael Mitchell Trubisky to sling the ball at all. But you
Hmm.
still got weapons, so don't act like this dude can't hit some short passes if that should happen.
Right.
Because then you're dealing with a game manager. We can handle a game manager, but we've got to be disciplined
Yeah.
when it comes to that. But I think really it comes down to can we take advantage of the Bills' injuries? Um, you're doing with DeMar Hamlin is on IR. You're doing with Maxwell Harrison that's on IR. Both of those gentlemen are very dangerous.
Hmm.
Um, so we're lucky we're not dealing with either one of them. Dorian Strong is also on IR. He's a corner. He's had a
Um,
successful time in Buffalo too.
let's see. Final Boss says, oh, he meant to say team. Oh, I got you, Final Boss. I got you. Pressure Allen and he will make mistakes. That's what I'm hoping for. Kevin says this is the worst Bills offense of the last few years, but still need to be prepared. Generally, they're still pretty good though. Bro, um, the Bills
We felt the
offense,
same way when we faced the Chiefs last year.
the
Do you
Bill,
not remember that?
Kevin, the Bills still have they still have a top five offense, Kevin. What are you talking about, dude? They
Don't make that mistake again.
they have a top five offense. As a matter of fact, number three in total offensive yards per game, four in points per game, two in total offensive yards, and five in expected points added. Bro,
Mm,
they still have a
mm,
dangerous offense.
mm,
What are you talking about?
mm. And don't make the mistake of underestimating that type of an offense because we did the same thing with the Chiefs last year. They were averaging about 20 something points a game, but their
Yeah,
late fourth quarter comebacks.
Kevin, did you
That
for
was the problem.
Kevin, did you forget we're going up against the reigning MVP and Josh Allen?
Right.
Like, he's MVP for a reason, bro. Just saying.
Exactly.
Just saying.
Shout out to Zios Isaac. He says, got to stop James Cook. Facts.
Yes, definitely.
Point blank, got to stop him.
Final Boss says need a pass rush this game. Yeah, this is if
Yeah.
they can do like how they did the Jets game. Oh, that would be fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That would
Oh
be
my gosh, the Vikings are
fantastic.
cooked. They got to face the Lions, the Ravens, the Bears, the Packers, and the Seahawks next. Next 5 games. Oof.
Yeah.
I mean, I could already see 3 losses out of that next 5, just right out of the gate.
Kevin
That's
said
ugly.
Kevin says yes, but still think we can win. Yeah, yeah. Carolina can definitely still win, but
Oh yeah, we have a shot.
don't underestimate that Buffalo defense, bro. Like that's the main point that I was making. Kevin, don't
Exactly.
don't underestimate that offense.
Yeah, exactly. Um, this is a very dangerous Bills team that, um, when you look at it on paper, these guys should be blowing us out, talent wise.
Kevin says it just seems different this year after they lost to Atlanta, but they're still great. I mean, like I
Oh
said,
yeah,
still a top five offense, bro. They're on a two game losing streak, but still a top five offense. Don't make that mistake.
yeah. They're due for a comeback game, and we just don't want it to be against us.
Right.
Um, you look at Buffalo in general. This is a very aggressive team. They are controlling the AFC East right now.
Hmm.
Until New England started playing well and they lost those last two games. But they have had a chokehold on the AFC East since New England has dropped their crown.
Hmm.
And I mean it with an iron fist. And they knew it. They knew they had the ability to control the division. There was no question about it. I think without Bryce Young playing, this becomes a little bit of a different game.
Mm.
And that's what I'm concerned about. Because with Andy Dalton in, you're looking at least half of our drives failed right out of the gate. And factor in one or two of them because of false starts and penalties and stuff like that, because we have that once a game,
Uh huh.
once or twice a
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
But then you start looking at um, Andy Dalton, and he throws some bad passes, throughout the game against quality teams like Buffalo,
Hmm.
and then we're in trouble. We're end up having to punt the ball a lot. Defense is on the field way too long. They get tired. They get run over.
Right.
And Josh Allen just takes over and just blows us out.
Right. Right.
So with Bryce in, it's 100% different because you're looking at a competitive offense versus a competitive offense. Um, you're looking at a team either way. Rico's going to get fed the
Right.
ball, you know, such as Isaiah Sazik is just saying. Um, so either way, Rico is going to get a bunch of touches. So is Chuba.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that's a
Now
good
my
point.
question is, what type of offensive line tactic or lineup are you using? Are you using the one that we used against Dallas in Miami?
Mm.
That opened up the run game and allowed us to pass as well, or are you running the offensive line that does not favor the run but favors the pass rush,
Oh, there
like
you
we did
go.
against the Jets, and we our run game gets slowed down a little
Hmm.
to where we have trouble passing the ball and our run game is slowed down.
Right. Right.
So we're looking at a lot of punts in that scenario.
Hmm.
If you're using Andy Dalton, if you're using Bryce, I think it's far less punts, but are we going to be able to finish drives?
Uh,
So it will be on the wide receivers and the tight ends and the running backs to be able to do that.
Yeah, Final Boss makes a good point here. He says Bryce can also escape sacks and run for first downs, which Bills D do have problems with. Dalton, they don't have to worry about escaping
Correct.
sacks. I just think the only thing is how's that ankle for Bryce?
Correct.
That's
Mm-hmm.
that's really what it's gonna come down to with that.
Yeah, day to day.
Yeah.
So, you know, here's how I see this going with Bryce. If he is in, I see us having at least 5 or 6 successful drives with Bryce going
Hmm.
down the field, which will keep up with Josh Allen. Now, the
Right.
question is going to be field position. It's going to be ball control, which means turnovers.
Right.
Um, it's going to be about controlling the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball and sending a message that we control the line. And it's going to be about, don't beat ourselves with penalties. Because we beat ourselves with penalties, that is, 7 out of 10 times, that's where our drives end.
Hmm.
Is because we back ourselves into 3rd and 18, 3rd and 15, 3rd and 12. And it's just like, why are we in those situations when we could, you know, use some self discipline and not get into those situations to begin with dumb penalties?
Right.
So, and before the last 2 weeks, that's been our identity, is just doing stupid things and being Carolina, you know?
Right.
So we've got to get out of that habit. And the more this week season goes along, the better we're doing with that. But when you're facing a disciplined team such as Buffalo, they
Hmm.
will start to take advantage of that and use that against you. So you'll see them get more aggressive on trying to get us to jump off sides. You'll see them get more aggressive trying to cause penalties because they know that was our tendency before.
Yeah. Final Boss also says can't get into third and long situations with the Bills pass rushers.
Correct. Because then you're dealing with those safeties, and that's not a fun situation.
Right.
Um,
Oh yeah, Isaac says Andy or Bryce gotta feed Rico the ball.
and also, it's going to come down to who has the ball in the last 2 minutes again.
Yeah.
And that's why we had success against Dallas, is because we had control over the clock, we had control over all three aspects:
Right.
the field position, the ball, and not beating ourselves.
Right.
The defense was worn out. We knew exactly what we needed to do, and we capitalized. Am I a huge fan of us having to convert on that fourth down play, the fourth and Renfro? Not necessarily, but whatever we got to do to win.
Yeah.
You know, so I think if it comes down to those scenarios, we do have Renfro. We do have the ability to move that chain. In those short yardage
Right.
situations, but we've got to be very, very careful about that.
True.
Because we force ourselves into those situations too many times, eventually it's going to come back to bite us. Because the law of averages says you're going to see some interceptions in those situations.
Right.
So you got to be aware, and not throw it into certain coverages or force it into double coverages, you know,
Right.
and be accurate with the ball. That's not Andy's strength. That's that's not a strength of his.
This is
So
true.
I'm not, you know, Bryce can do that. Andy cannot. So if we end up in those scenarios, I'm not a huge fan of trying to push Andy to do that. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, if we have a shot at it, fourth quarter, I say fine, go for it, give it a try. Let's see if we can do it. But I'm not counting on the fact that this is going to be successful, the majority of the time with Andy.
Hmm.
And this is a game that if we have to drop it, we will. You know what I'm saying?
Uh
On our
huh.
schedule. Uh, as far as keeping on schedule towards getting 9 to 10 wins, if you have to drop this game and use this game as a developmental game, if we're getting blown out, fair enough. I'm not going to fault anybody for that if that's what you choose to do. If we have a shot at winning it, then we need to take it,
Mm
obviously,
hmm.
because you play to win the game,
Right. Play the win
right?
game.
And if we have an opening against the Bills, we need to take it while they are vulnerable.
Right.
But it's going to come down to A, Bryce Young. Will he play or not? If he plays, then we're looking at scenario A. You know,
Mm-hmm.
if he does not, we're looking at scenario B. And scenario B is not where you want to be
Right.
because that means we probably end up dropping that game,
Right.
which is okay. Don't panic. When I'm saying to people, listen to me because I know that we are a very emotionally charged fan base. Hear me, Panthers fans. Do not get too passionately pissed off about losing this Bills game. Okay? It's okay. Don't panic.
I mean, I'll still probably get myself a boba tea, but you know.
I mean, yeah, but as far as our schedule is concerned, we're still on track for the 9 to 10 wins if we drop this game.
Right.
That's why I'm saying don't panic. That's why you're not going to see me get pissed off at this game unless we come within like 3 points and something bull crap happens, to where we know that we can take this game and we just don't manage to do it. Then you're going to see me get upset because of whatever that situation was.
Yeah.
But I won't be upset at the loss itself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I feel you.
So I want to make that perfectly clear because this fan base loves to go into panic mode whenever we lose games and come
Right.
out of a winning streak. We love to pick on the negatives and blah 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 blah. You know, and it just becomes endless negative debates. And that's
Right.
not what I'm here for. Because this is not a game that has to be taken in order to get to 9 to 10. So yeah, it's going to be frustrating to watch at times. It's going to be rough, if we do use this as a developmental game.
True.
But
True.
if you have to, you have to. I totally get it. If we're down by 21 points, go ahead, take it on the chin, use it as a developmental game. Complete some passes, try some stuff that you haven't tried before, develop these guys. Get
Right.
them used to certain situations against a quality opponent. This is the time to experiment and test, your players. Find out who they are, you know. If you want to sub some people in the fourth quarter, by all means do it in
Mm-hmm.
that situation.
Final boss says agreed. We can get to 9 wins just winning all our division games, which I think we can do.
Um, Getting back to that because there may be a few players that we're still trying to learn about. Maybe somebody that we want to build up to throw onto the trade block. You know,
Yeah, there's still time. Got to the
that would be an
fourth.
opportunity to do that and to show teams, okay, this player could do this, this, and this, and be valuable to another team, in a value
Mm-hmm.
system in the trade block. This is the time to do that because you're not um, offensively. If you're trying to trade somebody off this team offensively against, you know, after the
Mm-hmm.
Packers game is not going to teach these teams anything about your offensive players. Only your defensive ones.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
because again, you're facing Jordan Love
Right.
again on November the 2nd. But against the Bills, you're looking at a complete team. You're looking at a team that can challenge every player on this roster. You know, that's a starter or a fill-in backup in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So use
Fair
those
point.
times to test these players and to show people, okay, I want to showcase this talent. I want to showcase this talent. I want to showcase this talent. And and this can also help for the end of the year too, when these guys are in cut or keep mode. You
Mm-hmm.
know, if you're looking to release somebody, show them that they have value. You know, whatever we plan on doing with said player at the end of the year, if we're not keeping them, show them that they have value to somebody else,
There you go.
because that will make them want to go out and go test that player and give them a workout. So that's what these developmental games are for. If you end up in these situations that you're getting blown out, okay, there's not much of a chance of us winning it, and there's still a chance of us making the playoffs. Okay, use that as a game to do that. We're 2 weeks away from the trade deadline, which makes it excellent timing for that. So the player I want to test out is Nick Scott. So when we get into that situation, if we're getting blown out, I want run blitzes with Nick Scott. If they keep scoring, they keep scoring. So be it.
Yeah. Fair point.
But I want Nick Scott showcased as a run stopper, so that we can show people, okay, yeah, he's worth a fifth round pick value wise. Then we can say, okay, we can couple that up with a pick and see what we can get before the trade deadline. And throw something in probably next week or the week after, at the beginning of the week. Because I don't want us to go straight to the trade deadline the day of and just make a panic trade. You know, that's not smart.
Nah, you definitely don't want to do a panic trade.
You have 2 weeks. Use this Bills game to take advantage of showcasing and see what you can find. That way, by Wednesday, before the trade deadline, you say, okay,
Mm-hmm.
we made our decision. Here's what we want to do. We're not panicked. We're making a smart call here. We've talked about the money. We've talked to the agents. We've done all the homework that we
Right.
can do. Let's make the trade. And it's not a panic trade.
Yeah, it's one that was thought of
Yeah,
and broken down.
it's well, it's well educated,
Yeah.
and Dan is very good at that. Like you've never seen him make panic trades. Never. In the last year and a half that I've seen him, he has never made a panic trade. So, like I said, that's what we're doing with there. If you're talking about the schedule to see if we can get to 9 wins,
Mm.
for those that have not seen my breakdown of this before, um, we are currently 4-3.
4-3.
Let's
Yes,
just
that's
take
correct.
let's take this schedule as it is. Let's not even talk what ifs. Let's just take it as it is currently. Um, you're dealing with a Bills team that will probably give us a loss, so 4-4.
Mm-hmm.
A Packers game that we can take on the road in Green Bay, so let's call that 5-4. Saints game 6-4. Falcons game on the road 7-4. Niners game, I'm circling that one
Okay.
in San Fran because that's an important game.
Mm-hmm. That's a Monday night. Monday nighter.
Right. So let's say that we somehow. Nah, I'm gonna chalk that up as a temporary loss. I'm gonna pencil that in as an L for now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so 7-5, but we come back and we beat the Rams 8-5, 9-5 in the dome in Atlanta against the Saints. So 9-5 once we come out of there. So that's 9 wins coming into the Buccaneers' first matchup. Now at that point, we take that game at home. That's 10 wins. But then we drop the Seahawks game.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have to fight for the division title in Tampa Bay.
Yep. And those two games against Tampa Bay are very close by each other. Um,
Like I say, I see us having to drop two of those three West Coast teams.
yeah. Final Boss says 4-3 with 5 division games left. I think it's possible we can sweep this division. We're already 1-0 in the division, um, against, of course, the one victory against the Falcons. Final Boss, don't underestimate the Buccaneers.
And that's what I was just about to get into is their schedule.
Yeah, Final Boss, don't underestimate the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a team that we haven't beaten in a couple of years. Not to mention they're 5-2.
Yeah. And I
So,
don't like the fact that our division title game has to be in Tampa Bay
right.
for the division title. But let's get into their schedule. You're doing Saints, that's a win. Patriots, that's a win. Buffalo, we'll go ahead and call that a loss for Tampa. So that's 5-2, 6-2, 7-2, 7-3, 7-3 after the Patriots game, after the Bills game. Yeah, 7-3.
Hmm.
Tampa then faces the Rams in LA at the end of November. Now that game could go either way, coin flip, because the Rams are playing some good ball lately.
Hmm.
Do they continue to play good ball up until this point? I'm not sure. There's a lot
Um,
of what ifs going into that game.
you've been asked by Keep Pounding USA. Do you think Bryce Young is playing Sunday?
Um, I'll get to that question in a second.
Um, Final Boss says we had them last year without Chuba fumbling. Final Boss, we haven't beaten them since 2022.
Yeah, I'll get into the Bryce Young thing after we go through the Tampa schedule here and see if this might be possible for us to have Tampa lose a few of these games before we face them. Um, so let's chalk this Rams game up as a loss for Tampa. So we're looking at 7 and what now? We're looking at 5-2, 6-2, 7-2, 7-3, 7-4. Okay, so 7-4 after the Rams game. They'll beat the Cardinals 8-4, win over the Saints 9-4, win over the Falcons 10-4. So they'll be at 10 wins as well when they face us. So we're looking
Uh-huh.
at 10-4 versus 10-4. I think is what we're dealing with. Um, it could be 10-5 for us. 9-5 for us actually. because of the West Coast teams.
Uh
So it
huh.
could be 10 wins versus 9 wins when we face them in Charlotte.
Ah, yeah. Fair point.
And then an easy game against the Dolphins for Tampa, and then they can focus back on us. That's a problem because we have Seattle. So when Tampa goes to prepare for us, they have an a film room study on us after the Charlotte game,
Right.
and they will adjust. They'll have plenty of time to heal people up against the Dolphins and readjust their schemes and everything else, before they face us. Now we are going to get tested by Seattle, and every part of what we are doing against um, the Seahawks has to be on point.
Yeah. Final Boss says that's going to be fun. I just want to get to December and be in the hunt. Understandable.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're looking at right now is to see if maybe we would be in the hunt for a division title or whether we would be in the wild card race. Right now, it's looking like wild card race,
Yeah.
heavy wild card race, and I mean in the thick of it,
Right.
if not the lead for that. Um, it really depends on what the Falcons do. It depends on a few other teams in the NFC, but we'll talk wild card race, when we get there. But we're way too early for that.
Yeah. It's too early. Too early. Way too early.
All right, so I was asked by Keep Pounding USA about Bryce Young.
Yeah. Do you think Bryce Young's
Let
playing
me
center?
address that one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. We don't know enough information about that to be able to answer that question. But I can tell you, if I was a head coach of the team, and this was asked to me by David actually
Uh huh.
yesterday, just I had to recorrect him on how to ask that question because he was like, if you were the trainer, would you allow Bryce Young to play? And I had to recorrect him and tell him, you know, the right question is asking, should, if you were the head coach, would you play him?
Right.
Because the head coach's decision, it's not the trainer's. So sorry to throw you out there, David, but and that question there, but this is important.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and it's become vitally important to our season now because we just came off a 3-game win streak, and Bryce is a huge part of why that was successful. Because without his system and without his play calling, without his ability to make those plays, Andy Dalton doesn't have a clue what this system is.
Right.
He can run like maybe 25% of it, but he would have to take at least 2 weeks to learn, all the language and everything else that Bryce Young has put in.
Right.
It's going to
Right.
take him a little time, which we don't have. So that's another element. Um, so you won't see the more complex throws that you saw with Bryce Young. What you'll see is maybe the flat plays and the stuff that made Andy successful. You know,
Right.
and again, you're doing with Dave Canales and Brad, who are going to be feeding him number situations. That we're
Right.
successful in the past.
The
Blah blah
anal
blah blah blah.
the analytics and all
Brad's
that.
a number.
Yeah.
He's a numbers guy.
Yeah.
He just proved that in the last press conference today. You know, he was like, "Oh, the analytics support, blah 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 blah," and I was just like, Thank you for telling me exactly who you are now, Brad.
Yeah.
Thank you for confirming that. Now we know what your job is. It's not offensive coordinator, it's glorified analyst.
Yeah, he's an
So
analytics.
now that we understand that, now we can proceed from there. Um, and he proceeded in that interview to tell people, "Oh yeah, we're experimenting with a certain type of route tree." And it's just like, why would you tell people that?
Oh, interesting comment from Keep Pounding USA. This is the biggest game in Bryce's career so far, and he's not really limping. He has to play. Hmm.
I think again, getting back to that question, I kind of got a little off track there, but all of that stuff is important too to talk about because all of that impacts game day when you're talking about Bryce Young.
Right?
Because Bryce basically said, screw everything that you just told me, with the analytics. I'm going my own way. I'm creating my own playbook. He's going the Peyton Manning way with it, which I respect that. That's what you have to do sometimes.
True.
No
This is true.
disrespect to the coaches, but if it works for you, it works. And it did the last three games. So, you know, Dave and Brad don't feel slighted by that. Just
Yeah.
let it roll.
My
If
thing.
it's working, don't change it.
My thing.
you
My
know?
my thing is this. Like, we can only say but so much as far as this particular injury situation as a fan. But it's
Mm-hmm.
like, I mean, yeah, Bryce may or may not be limping or whatnot, but the only person that really knows is him. And honestly,
Yeah.
a big thing for me is if that ankle is not 100%, I don't think you should be out there. As the mobile quarterback that he
Mm-hmm.
is and is able to be, if that ankle is not 100%, I don't like the idea of him getting out there. Now,
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that by default, if we get Andy out there that by default that's a loss, but I mean, you could definitely say there, is a strong chance of different outcomes between the two. But
Um, I think as a coach, as a head coach, would I play him? That is the right question to ask.
there you go.
So you have to go through this entire process of asking the player, how are you feeling today on game day? You know,
Right?
did you go through the specific practices, and drills that you needed to go through to strengthen yourself to get to a point where you can play on game day? How confident were you in those drills? You know, how did you feel during those drills? And the head coach would work with the trainer on that, and get reports from the trainer. So if the trainer is doing his job, you'll see a report on his desk every week, every day going forward.
Yeah.
Every day specifically that there is a training, a practice. Um, and the trainer will say, okay, he's feeling this percentage, better. So,
Um. Oh. So Keep Pounding says, I know it was a playoff game, but Patrick Mahomes played on a way more sprained ankle. Now, Keep Pounding USA, you know that is not a reasonable comparison.
agreed.
Come
Bryce
on,
Young is not built like a tank.
come on,
Patrick Mahomes is.
come on, Keep Pounding USA. You're talking about somebody that's a three-time champion, a three-time Super Bowl
Bro,
MVP, and a regular season MVP twice.
You're
That's
comparing
come
basically Ben Roethlisberger to Carson Wentz at this point.
yeah, that's
Let's put it on that scale because that's really what we're doing.
nah, that's not a reasonable comparison, bro. Nah. Nah.
Mine was much more feasible because Carson Wentz basically is a made of glass. He could get hurt at any point. You're doing with a what 5'8" quarterback, that could be beaten
Well, not only that,
and run into the ground.
but just we're talking about two completely different caliber of quarterbacks.
And Patrick Mahomes is built like a freaking tank. Like he is the only other quarterback I've ever seen that can take that many hits and still get up and say, "I'm fine. Let's keep playing."
I mean, even Bryce has taken his share of hits. I mean, especially his rookie year and all. I'm not gonna look down on him on that, but it's just, you know, we're talking two totally different caliber of quarterbacks. I mean, one has been like
Right.
a whole lot more successful than the other. And secondly, you got to also look at the situation of things.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, keep pounding USA. Like I said, you're looking at this from a fan standpoint, not from a trainer standpoint, not from the
Or
player
a coach's.
a player or a coach's standpoint. That's
Right.
that's how you got to look at it, bro. Like
Right.
you're trying to look at this as a fan. And that's why it's like when it all comes down to it, we can say, "Oh, he's not limping. He looks like this or look like that," but we really don't know, bro. We really don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, when it comes to Mahomes, I mean, here's the thing. Situation's totally different. I mean, it's just like, comparing both and what teams they're on. Like, it's not the
Mm-hmm.
same situation. It's not. You know, yeah, a sprained ankle is a sprained ankle, but you got to look at the scenario and the whole entire picture, bro.
Exactly.
I mean, you got to look at it in the sense of right now, it's designated that Bryce Young on ESPN is listed as doubtful. That's not completely out of the picture, but it's doubtful. Um,
That can change on game day.
yeah,
And it's
that,
up to the percentages, and the coach will then ask the player, "How do you feel today?"
yeah,
You know,
that's why I'm leaning towards this is most likely going to be a game time decision.
right?
Keep
Same.
pounding says if this was the 80s or 90s, he's playing. Mm, see,
Uh,
see, like I said, you gotta look at the
this
scenario.
isn't the 80s and 90s anymore, though. This
Yeah,
is 2025.
not only that, like, see, here's the thing, keep pounding USA. You say this, but then if something goes wrong or if Bryce Young isn't as mobile and it doesn't work out, what's the first thing you're gonna say? Oh, he shouldn't have played. Not
Exactly.
not saying that you mean to do that or anybody means to do that, but that's what typically happens.
Yep.
Like all it takes is for him to go out there, and if he's not on point or whatnot, the first thing folks are gonna say he shouldn't have played.
Yep.
I'm telling you, this this
Seen
hap
it so many times.
this ha-
Same people.
this happens so
Same
much.
people.
All it takes is for something like that to happen. Oh, you shouldn't have played. Cause guess what?
Yep.
We did the same thing when it happened to Cam Newton.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying we've seen this before.
Yep.
We've seen this before. Like
Mm-hmm.
like I said, like I get how you feel and whatnot, but the only person that knows is him, is Bryce.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And like I said, that's why I truly believe this is a game time decision. I think this is
Agreed.
ultimately going to be a game time decision. And the team and personnel has to treat this like it is going to be either Bryce or Andy, and you prepare for both.
Yeah. Agreed on that.
Ultimately, that's what you got to do. You got to prepare for both.
Plus, there's the aspect of Ron Rivera used to play a lot of these guys before they were fully healthy too, and it was a detriment to these players because they would re-aggravate injuries a lot,
Yeah,
and we don't want to make that mistake again. And it was in the interest of saving his job. I want to make sure that that's known.
yeah,
Dave Canales is not trying to save his job currently. So we are currently trying to win. So it's a different scenario. Um,
Keep pounding. USA says I can see the other side too. If he re-injures it and he's out for the season, then we'll be like, yeah, he shouldn't have played, like you said. Yeah, and
yeah. Yep.
it's just I thought about it because it's something it's happened before. It's happened before
Mm-hmm.
throughout the
Mm-hmm.
league. So
Several times to us,
yeah.
especially during Ron Rivera's era.
So, but yeah, I mean,
It's something we have to take very seriously. So the real question we should be asking ourselves is, um, how much are we willing to risk Bryce's injury on a game that won't ultimately matter in the hunt for a playoff division title? You know,
right?
is it worth the risk to take this game, or do we try to take this game? Plus, you have to consider the fact that when you're throwing a pass, if you anybody's played football and throwing a pass, what do you have to do? You have to drive off your back foot to throw the pass, right?
Yeah,
So, um, given that ankle and that injury would put pressure on your back foot and cause a lot of pain, Bryce would still have to take a lot of painkillers.
yeah. Um, Keep pounding says, but I've had a sprained ankle twice in 2 months playing basketball. He's walking fine. That ain't not,
That's not a
bro.
sprained ankle though.
That's you. Keep pounding USA. We're talking about Bryce. Com- you cannot
It's a different
compare the
person
scenarios
completely.
as the same. The scenarios are not always going to be the same, bro. That's the point I'm getting across. You keep saying, oh, he looks like he's walking. You don't know how he's feeling right now. You don't know. We don't know. Only he knows. You do not know. Period. End of story.
Correct.
Like,
We're talking about two totally different human beings.
yeah,
Physicality,
it's
human healing abilities, physiological makeup as far as like how they have built their muscles, how they have done everything, workouts wise,
I'm I'm
training wise,
I'm
all
telling
this stuff.
I'm
It's
t-
different.
I'm telling you, like he goes out there and he plays and he's not really 100% and it doesn't work out. Y'all gonna be the first ones to say he shouldn't have played. I'm
Right.
like, keep pounding
Yeah.
USA. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
Right.
Like let them do what they got to do. Like I
Mm-hmm.
said, we don't know. There's a reason why he's listed as doubtful, and the status has not changed. There's a reason why he's been held out of practice 2 back-to-back days.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason for that. We do we
Mm-hmm.
know? Only the coach knows. Only Bryce knows. Like
Mm-hmm.
we gotta let them do what they got to do. If they gotta hold him out, so be it.
Mm-hmm.
Like let the dude get back to 100%.
Right.
Like we may see stuff with our eyes and that's fine, but you don't really know. You don't. I don't. Corey doesn't
Right.
know. Like we don't know.
Right. Two totally different bodies. They heal differently. They train differently. They're built differently.
Not to mention, I believe it was said that it was a high ankle sprain anyway. So I mean,
Yeah, that's not an what did he say it was that he had?
just a he sprained his ankle twice
Okay.
in 2 months playing basketball.
Okay. Well, first of all, that's a different sport that requires a lot of ankle breaking and a lot of movement. Football, you are locked into whatever you have to do, into your specific role. If you're a quarterback, you are only moving around in the pocket and running, right?
Right.
When you have to. So most of the time, you're spending that time in the pocket if you're a RPO quarterback. So it's a different sport. That's first of all. Secondly, you know, you're dealing with um, a different injury. This is a high ankle sprain. This isn't just an ankle sprain. This is a high ankle sprain.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a totally different animal when you're dealing with that because this is 2 to 4 weeks of healing versus just a regular ankle sprain that you would get on a basketball court. And third, you're not as athletic as him. He spent hours training, going through um, OTAs, training camp, muscle building, you know, good diets, good, there's a whole plethora of things that Cam and Bryce Young had to do as a quarterback, you know, versus somebody that just plays basketball casually or is on a basketball team. You see what I'm saying? It's apples to oranges here. It's a totally different comparison. You are not him. He is not you.
Keep pounding USA says I've seen the video. He didn't roll his. Okay, you know what?
This dude's just not going to get
You know what?
convinced.
Think however you want to think. You know, you
Respectfully,
weren't there when it happens. You know what? If that's how you feel, so be it. But I'm gonna tell you right now, keep pounding USA. If he does play and he's not 100% and it costs him, I'm gonna call you out for it. I'm
yeah,
gonna call you
same.
out for it, and I don't want to hear no mess about, oh, that's why he shouldn't have played. No, I don't want to
Yeah,
hear
I
it.
don't want to hear that
I
either.
don't want to hear it.
I'll call you out too,
I don't want to hear it.
and I'm not afraid to do it.
I tried explaining. It is what it is. That's how you feel. So be it. But I'm saying if he does end up playing and it gives him trouble, I don't want to hear nothing.
I don't either,
Especially if it costs the game or whatnot. I don't want to hear it. I don't
because
want to
I'm
hear
going to
it.
throw that heat right back at you too, because you know I will.
And that goes for anybody else. You know,
Yep,
y'all campaign for him to play. Y'all don't know the
yep,
situation because you weren't there. You don't know the situation,
yep.
and then it don't end up working how you hope for. Don't say nothing.
Facts.
I keep saying let them do what they got to do. Whatever precautions, whatever they got to do, let them do what they got to do.
Yep. Some of these people just won't be convinced, buddy. It just doesn't matter. And those are the people that I'm just like, okay, I dare you to say that stuff, in my chat
Oh, okay.
after,
Okay.
because I will throw that smoke right back at you,
Hold,
buddy.
hold on. Keep pounding USA says I feel you though. RG3 went out there with a hurt knee and re-injured it and basically ruined his career. Okay, keep pounding USA. You
Now you've got
pick a
to,
side. Pick a side,
right,
bro. Pick a side.
exactly,
Cause it's like you're going back and forth. Pick a side. That's all I'm
right,
gonna say. Pick a side and stick with it. I mean, you say he didn't roll his ankle, but then it's like you turn around and say, I get it. You you got to pick a side. Pick a side. Or I don't know. I'll just leave it
right,
at
man.
I'll just leave it at that. Like,
This
yeah, I
ain't
don't know.
Burger King, bro. Pick a side, man. We got other people in the drive-through lane. You
I
know
mean,
what I'm saying?
like I said, it's no issue or
Oh
whatnot. I mean,
God,
I I I want Bryce to play
pick a
as
side.
well as much as anybody else does, especially if he does want to, and but I only want him out there if he feels he is ready and he is good to go, and they say that he's good to go. And if not, then he should sit this one out. Plain and simple as that. I mean, you know, like I said, there's just certain things that we got to remember. We're looking at it from the fan side.
Hmm.
You know,
And I try to think of it from the coach's side too. You know, because not many people do that. They want to think of it from the player's side, and they want to think of it from a fan side, and they get tunnel vision with it. And you know, you got to think of it from a coach's side too. So I try to bring every perspective in. When we do this.
because I mean, like I said,
That way, we're able to make the best decision possible.
yeah, and like I said, when things happen, we don't always know the severity of them when they happen. And
Mm-hmm.
you know, if it wasn't that big of a deal, Bryce would have finished the game against the Jets, but he didn't. And it's not like we were high up on the score against them. That's another thing to keep in
Mm-hmm.
mind. Because if it honestly wasn't that big of a deal, he probably would have finished the game. And, you know, it had already been said that there was a time where he had a limp.
Mm.
I'm just saying.
There's that Carson Wentz interception, by the way. I called it. Anyway, continue.
But main thing is, got to prepare for both. When it comes down to it, got to prepare for both.
Correct.
Because like I said, you know,
And
many
I
could,
think that's what's going to be challenging for the Buffalo's defense is preparing for both.
yeah.
Because you're thinking, okay, well, we're dealing with a really good quarterback, and then we're dealing with a really terrible. Which one are we preparing for the
And
most?
and like I said, many can say that Dalton might give us least lesser chance of winning. I mean, folks can argue that. That's
Mm,
fine. That's totally
maybe,
understandable.
maybe. Mm-hmm.
But the moment, like I said, it happened to Cam. It happened to
Mm-hmm.
Cam.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd rather us not find that out the hard way. And if that means Bryce has to take a game off, so be
Mm-hmm.
it.
Right. They're running a rerun of the Chargers Vikings game on NFL Network right now, by the way.
Oh shoot.
Yeah. So if you have it,
But okay. Score predictions.
Okay, this can go either one of two ways. Either situation A, where we have uh, Bryce back in there, and it becomes a really interesting game, to where we have a shot of winning by three, where we control the clock, we control the field position, and we basically do what we did against Dallas. We didn't fumble the ball, we didn't turn it over, we didn't do all the stupid stuff that we were doing before. You know, um, scenario B, Josh Allen just happens to beat us because of our defense that day with Bryce in.
Uh
Um,
huh.
and we just couldn't catch up. So it would be probably a 10-point loss at that point, knowing Josh Allen and how good he is with these wide receivers.
Mhm.
And knowing how, but it would be one dimensional either way in scenario A and B because we would shut down Cook.
Yeah.
But the problem is you're not shutting down the wide receivers. So that's where JC and Mike Jack come in. So we have to stop these passes. If we can shut down the deep ball, then he has to throw it over the middle, right into the teeth of our defense, which is soft still, by the way. But,
Yeah.
they are getting better. But not good enough to battle Josh Allen.
Right.
You would have Trayvon Mulgrew sitting up there for a QB spy, to stop Josh from running or from the running back getting too many yards.
Yes.
So we would still get behind by like 7 to 10 points because of one turnover. Could do that to us. So it's another situation like Dallas there. Or we could get into situation C, which is Andy Dalton not getting the job done.
Uh huh.
We'd have to punt the ball about 4 or 5 times and just not get it done on these drives.
Yeah.
Um, and we would be down by like 21-10 or something like that in that scenario. I doubt um, Buffalo tries to go too hard after that point.
Mhm.
Maybe 28-10 or something like that.
Right.
They're not going to try too hard after the fourth quarter once they know they've got us and they've broken our spirit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and there's also that fourth miracle situation where Derek Anderson somehow randomly pulls off a
Uh huh.
win where everybody is just playing lights out,
Right.
which I doubt that's going to happen.
Well.
You'd have a better chance of winning the lottery, winning the Powerball than that happening.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with scenario C if Derek Anderson, if Andy Dalton is playing,
Mhm.
which I think will happen.
Yeah.
But if Bryce is playing, I see scenario A.
Okay. Nice. Nice. So I'm gonna.
Scenario A would give us a 3 point win, so it would be like 27-24.
Okay.
Scenario B would be like 27-17.
Okay. So.
And scenario C would be just 28-13.
Mm, okay. So I'm gonna go at it a similar way as well. Um. if Bryce some way somehow ends up playing, I'm gonna say I'm gonna say 21-17 Carolina.
Hmm.
If Andy Dalton plays, I'm going to say 28-10 Bills.
Yeah, that's reasonable. And here's the thing: this is why my numbers were so high scoring wise, is because of the fact that the Bills have been putting up numbers this year,
Yeah,
even against quality opponents.
exactly.
Um, like high 20s,
Right,
upwards of 30s
right.
against weak teams. So you're looking at like uh 31 against the Dolphins, 31 against the Saints, 30 against the Jets. But when they faced a legitimate Ravens team, they still put up 41 because they were trying to match Lamar Jackson. But when they faced legitimate defenses down here, that's when that number starts to disappear a little bit. So I can kind of see where you're going with this, with the 21-17. I get
Hmm.
it. You're finding that average between the 14 and the 20, which is 17, and I get that. And that's where our defense comes in, and we limit them to one-sided ball. We force him to beat us through the air. We force him to do what he doesn't want to do and stay in the
Yeah,
pocket and
yeah,
get. So there's going to be a lot of situations where we flush him out of the pocket and he gets some positive yards out of it because we just don't have anybody over there because we
right.
put them all in coverage. That's what I'm concerned about. That's why I want that QB spy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
So I like that you're accounting for all of that in there and still saying 17.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Um. So yeah, those are good numbers. Good numbers for sure.
Hmm.
But I'm also accounting for, okay, are they going to be able to use our linebackers against us? Or are they going to be able to use Mike Jack and Nick Scott against us too? These are quality wide receivers.
Yeah.
So, and Mike Jack has struggled against quality wide receivers this year.
Hmm.
So has Nick Scott. So you're going to see at least 7 points off of that, probably 14 by two different receivers. Just specifically taking advantage of that situation.
Hmm.
But it's going to get interesting for sure.
Okay. On a little quick side note, apparently Aaron Rodgers said in an interview he's pretty sure that this will be his last season, but he wants to retire as a Green Bay Packer. So,
Reasonable.
yeah,
Reasonable.
very, very, very much so.
Yeah. Brett Favre did the same thing.
Yep, that he did. Okay, score predictions for the week. Of course,
Mm-hmm.
the Chargers just obliterated the Vikings.
I would
Uh,
have picked the Chargers for that win.
yeah, definitely not a surprise. Um, let's see. Okay, starting with the Sunday games,
Mm-hmm.
1 p.m. Giants at Eagles.
This is a very interesting game because these two have been really at each other
Yes.
when they play each other. This could go either way. I'm being real with you. The Giants are playing like a much better team than their record is showing of 2-5. So I'm not fooled by that.
Well,
Because if you go into the Giants' history here,
they've already beaten the
you
Eagles
know,
once. So,
that is correct. You go to the Giants' history, they almost beat the Cowboys in a
yeah,
shootout. Of course, they got blown out by the Chiefs, but they limited the Chiefs to 22 points. I want to call that out.
right.
And this is the team that's not beating you. They're not used to being limited to 22. So props to the Giants defense on that for shutting that offense down a little bit. Um, they beat the Chargers. And this is a Chargers team that's been very dangerous this year, handing them one of their only two losses, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yeah, impressive. They lost to the Saints 26-14. Okay, so you had a letdown game. You know, if you're the Giants, don't panic. Yes, you lost to the Commanders already 21-6 beginning of the year, but now you have your next letdown game. You know, but the rest of these make sense. You know, um, they only lost by 12. So then you go into the Eagles game and you win 34-17, flip-flopping the Eagles. And it's like, whoa, what just happened here? What are the Giants doing? It's like you look around the league, there's so many flip-flop games that should not happen. And this
Yeah.
is one of them. And then you look at the game against the Broncos last week, where they lost by only 1 point against a very dangerous Broncos team. And looking at the Eagles, they just got their win against the Vikings
Mhm.
last week.
Mhm.
So I mean, they won 28-22. But are they recovered enough to take on the Giants again?
I personally don't see them sweeping the Eagles, so I gotta go Eagles.
I'm going to go Eagles as well. I think the Giants are due for another loss here, and the Eagles are going to want revenge, especially since they just cleaned themselves up, against the Vikings, and they look like they're on the road to recovery.
Yeah.
Um, I think it's going to come down to injuries and ball control, really.
Yeah.
Um, AJ Terrell has been having a heck of a year.
Mhm.
Uh, I don't know. AJ Terrell, hold up. I said the wrong name. My bad. Um, yeah, it was AJ Brown.
AJ Brown.
AJ Brown's been
Oh, the
having a
receiver.
great
Yeah.
year. Dude's 29 catches, 395 yards, 3 touchdowns. Dude's been finding the end zone.
Yeah.
Then you got Devonta Smith. You've got Saquon Barkley, who's been tearing it up on the running game. Goddard's been pretty solid. I mean, this is a very dangerous Eagles offense. Not to mention they've got Mechie as a second stringer. That tells you how much talent they've got that they put John Mechie the third as a second stringer.
Well,
that's talent right there at wide receiver. When you could do that, and you could steal that dude the from the Vikings, right? This former with the Vikings.
yes, I believe that's correct.
Yeah, varied. Oh no, he was with the Houston Texans.
Oh, Mechie, John Mechie,
Yeah,
the
Mechie.
second or
Yeah,
third. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
okay. Okay, gotcha.
When you could take this dude and put him as a second stringer, and this dude is highly volatile as a wide receiver, man, that's how you know you got depth. Philly.
Right.
I like that. They got Will Shipley too. So Giants, you're coming into the game with all of these guys with a chip on their shoulder, just saying, bring it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going Eagles here. This is yeah. That that series always splits.
Right. Alrighty. So we're both in agreement on Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
We've done Bills Panthers already. Uh. Ooh. This ought to be interesting. Dolphins at Falcons.
I'm gonna pick the Falcons here. Falcons have been playing some good ball. Dolphins are still trash. This is a simple one for me.
As much as I would love the Falcons to lose, honestly, I just don't see it. So I'm too.
Agreed.
So I'm also gonna say Falcons pick up the victory. Just the
If
Dolphins
we
have.
see an upset, though, that would be amazing.
Yeah, that would be big, but the Dolphins really just have struggled badly this season.
We
So
need a wide gap between second place and third place.
yeah,
That way, it's just us and Tampa, strictly us and Tampa
right.
at the end of the year, and there's just no question it's between us.
All right. So we're both in agreement. Falcons. Oh man. Oh, this is another interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
Jets at Bengals.
Jets, and I'll tell
Oh,
you, Justin Fields figures out his offense again and gets back on his feet.
interesting. Interesting. Okay. Wow, bold.
The Bengals are absolutely garbage on defense. They're one of the bottom five bottom feeders in the NFL on defense. Yes, they have a couple of players, but that's not enough. They need
I
a lot of help.
I am not quite ready to go hard for the Jets, so I'm gonna have to say Bengals.
Wait. Flacco's playing for the Bengals, isn't he?
Yes.
Okay, hold up. Scratch my scratch my
You want to switch your pick?
I might. I might because what? That's a convincing win.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting about this is Flacco goes 342 yards with 3 touchdowns, 31 for 47. That's not a fluke.
Right.
Flacco is that guy.
Oh yeah.
So, my question is, was this entire win a fluke or was it just Joe Flacco? That's what you really have to put into perspective because you're dealing with a Jets team that can be scored on and can be run out of the stadium.
Right.
But if Flacco has a bad day, I could just as easily see a 21-17 victory. Flacco is hurt or something happens to Flacco in the game,
Right.
this could go south for the Bengals very, very quickly. I could see both scenarios. But for now, I'm going to assume that Flacco plays the entire game, so I'm going to switch my pick to the Bengals.
Yeah. I'm sticking with Bengals as well.
Now, here's my question: where do you think the Jets will get their first win, if they do? They play the
Browns.
Browns next week.
I think they got a.
Yeah,
I think their best chance is uh,
Cleveland.
either Cleveland or they get revenge and they beat Miami.
That's possible. You still got the Jaguars and Saints on the schedule as well.
Saints are a maybe. Jaguars, no.
The Saints played a good game against the Buccaneers last week.
They did. They might be, a little bit on the rise, but
Right.
yeah, if I had to pick, I would say either that Cleveland game or the Dolphins, where they
Yeah.
played them the second time.
Yeah. They'll get a win over the Jags.
Um, as a matter of fact, speaking of which, the teams that are on a bye this week are the Lions, Raiders, Rams, Cardinals, Seahawks, and Jaguars. Wow, 6 teams. Goodness gracious.
Mm, that's never happened before, has it? That many teams on by at the same time.
If it has, I haven't remembered something like that
Right.
happen off
I
the
haven't
top of my
either.
head. That's for sure. Yeah,
That's
that's
interesting.
very okay. So we're both in agreement. Bengals.
Bengals.
Okay, now it's about to get more interesting. Well, maybe not so much. Browns at Patriots.
Patriots.
Yeah, I would say
And
Patriots as well.
and
Yeah.
by the way, the Bengals was the team that Andy Dalton saved and brought back from the grave, franchise wise, because
Yep.
that team was awful,
Yep.
putrid before Andy Dalton took over and got them out of where they were.
Yep. That's a good point. All right. Both in agreement. Patriots. Okay. Bears at Ravens.
Mm.
I gotta
Is
go.
Lamar Jackson back?
No.
If Lamar Jackson is not back, then I've got to go with the Bears.
Well, he's listed as questionable. Um, he was limited.
Okay,
He was limited at practice today,
if he is officially back, then I've got to go Baltimore.
which is fair. Um,
But if he's not, I'm picking the Bears.
I'm gonna go with the hot hand and say the Bears, but like you said, there is a good chance that Lamar
Mm,
may start, and then that changes the whole dynamic.
yeah. So we'll go game time on that one, and it all depends on Lamar.
Yeah, but Caleb Williams has been playing pretty decent, so
Yeah, but he cannot keep up with Lamar. There's just no way.
hmm,
Even with an injured Lamar Jackson, you still can't keep up with him.
yeah.
He's just a monster.
Alrighty, Niners at Texans.
Niners at Texans, huh? Niners.
Yeah,
Texans have been awful.
I gotta go Niners as well. Just I don't think the Texans are gonna be get back on the winning ways just yet.
Hmm.
So yeah, I'm in agreement. Niners.
Oh, they had Kirk Herbstreit doing the announcing for the Vikings game.
Oh shoot.
That was interesting. He
Yeah.
really comes up to the NFL to do broadcasting, but that's one of the few times I've ever seen that. Hmm. He's been very vocal lately,
Mhm. Oof. Dang.
in particular about us. So,
Um. Buccaneers at Saints.
Buccaneers at Saints. Uh, Buccaneers.
Yeah, I just yeah the Saints. I mean they're 1-6 and just abysmal. I mean their one win was against the Giants, but that's not saying a whole lot. So
Yep.
I gotta agree with you on that. Buccaneers for the
Mm-hmm.
win. Um, oof. Now we're getting a little bit deeper into a few of the 4 o'clock games. This is a 4:25 game.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys at Broncos.
This is an interesting one right here
Yeah.
because the Broncos have been playing some really good ball.
Yep, and they're undefeated at home.
Indeed, they are. Here's my question. Bo Nix has not been playing his best ball lately. You know, he only put up 279 and two touchdowns against the Giants.
Hmm.
Okay, cool. You know, it's not convincing. Against the Jets, you know, he puts up 174 and one touchdown, 19 for 30. He was awful against the Jets. You know, against the Eagles, I 242, one touchdown, 24 for 39. Not convincing. Sorry, not convincing. Uh, it's this Broncos defense that's been doing work. You
Yeah,
know,
that's a good point.
um, so when that Broncos defense comes in against Dak Prescott, what should we expect? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, a little bit of the same that we did against them. You should be expecting like a mid 20s score by the Cowboys. Um, and then it comes down to can Bo Nix eclipse that?
Right.
Can he get over that number? He did against the Giants with a 33-32 score. Um, he did manage to get 28 against the Colts defense,
Hmm.
but beyond that, you're looking at an easy blowout against the Bengals. I mean, 28-3. That's not exciting, but
Hmm.
that's a trash Bengals defense.
Right.
So, do I think he can eclipse that? No. I think that's a Cowboys win.
You know, this was actually my kind of sort of upset pick. So I'm actually going to agree and go with the Cowboys to give the Broncos their first loss at home. So both in agreement for Cowboys. Oh, okay, right on.
Yeah.
Oh, this next one should be easy.
Mm-hmm.
um, Titans at Colts.
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 Easy.
Yeah. Yeah. Very easy. Daniel Jones doing his thing. They're undefeated at home. And The Titans look like Dookie water. Uh, all right. Let's see. Ooh, got the Sunday night game. Packers at Steelers.
um, this is a Steelers team that is going to want a win. You know, they're hungry for it.
Yeah.
So, but you're also doing with a Packers very dangerous offense.
Right.
So the Cardinals limited them to 23 points.
Mhm.
Uh, well, 27 points. The Bengals limited them to 27, and that's after the Cowboys game. So we should be expecting about that same area
Mhm.
against the Steelers, maybe a little less. I'm thinking 21 points. So the Steelers, in comparison,
Yeah.
uh, they lost to the Bengals 33-31 in a surprise upset.
Hmm. Oh, keep pounding USA says Blitz. Why don't you go live on Sundays? On Sundays after the game anymore? Just curious. Oh, the last 2 weekends I was in Charlotte. Last 2 weekends I was in Charlotte. That's the only
Yeah.
reason why I wasn't able to the last 2 Sundays. It was because I was in Charlotte. But I'll
One of
be
those, he was at the game.
yeah. But I'll be at home um, this Sunday, so I'll be able to this Sunday stick around. All right, continue.
So Steelers blew out the Browns 23-9. They beat the Vikings 24-21. They beat the Patriots 21-14. And they beaten the Jets 34-32. But they lost to the Seahawks 31-17. So this is a very interesting Steelers team that is is a consistent winner, but they need to get back on that track. And I don't think they'll do it against the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
It'll depend on Jordan Love versus that Steelers defense. To me, that's my opinion.
Okay. Oh man, this is a really tough one. Uh, well, I just Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers at home. Oh God, it really I think is going to come down to the wire. I think there's a good chance because don't want to sleep on the Packers.
Don't forget you have Michael Parsons.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna take a chance. Green Bay wins on the road.
Yeah, I'll agree with that one.
Yeah, but I mean, for that to be the Sunday night game, that's going to be a great game. That's going to be
Mm-hmm.
a great game.
For sure.
And then finally, we have just one Monday nighter.
Yeah.
Uh, Commanders at Chiefs.
Chiefs. And
Well,
this is not a decision I came to lightly. It's a very tough Chiefs team. They've they've done a lot of work
yeah,
to get where they are. And a lot of respect to Washington. They've been playing some decent ball, but it's just not enough.
yeah, and I mean,
Plus, Washington just lost to the Bears and the Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, what's rough about this one is on paper, Washington is a strong team, just with the personnel that they have.
They're
But
so streaky.
yeah, it just, I mean, could they pull this off? Sure, but it's the Chiefs. And
Mm-hmm.
Jaden Daniels, like stat wise, has been playing really good ball, but I
Chiefs
just,
defense will slow that down.
uh, yeah, let me be smart about it. Let me be smart about it. Chiefs for the win.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. It's like
You
I,
hated to do it.
yeah, it's like I want to, but I don't want to, but I have to, sort of thing.
Right.
So, um, a very interesting week, but like I said, Carolina's going to be really tested. They're back at home. They've played very, very good at home so far this season, undefeated. They got to really protect Boa against the Bills, and you know, shout out to my coworker Chris Kahn. He's a PSL owner, so he'll be
Yeah.
there. He'll be at the game.
Cool.
Um, like I said, game time decision I think is the way it's going to be with Bryce. But Carolina just y'all been playing great. I mean, there's areas to improve on, but you know what? Y'all about to be tested, and y'all are very capable of passing the test.
Mm-hmm.
Just give it all you got against Buffalo, and just really take it to the reigning MVP. You know, D line linebackers. You know what?
Mm-hmm.
I need y'all to go into this game believing and trusting that you're gonna do everything possible to disrupt the flow of Josh Allen and make him not have anywhere close to an MVP caliber game this Sunday. Y'all been doing a good job stopping the run for the last 3, 4 games. Well, now y'all got James Cook to do the same against. So, like I said, got to really go at this hard. Ernest Capu, welcome to the stream. He says 30-20 Panthers.
Mm.
So he's
Bold
pre-
claim.
predicting a win by 10.
That's bold.
Yeah, very much so. But, you know, Carolina, get it done. Let's increase that streak to 4 straight wins. Let's do it. You know what? Let's continue to make the media feel ashamed to go against this team. Give them another reason to want to take the Panthers seriously. Give them a reason to be like, you know what? The Panthers are looking like they're for real. We can do it, y'all. Just like Keep Pounding USA said, we can do it. You know, and Andy Dalton, if you're up, dude, just take care of the ball and just you
Handle
know
your business.
they
You know what
they
I mean?
they were talking very positive about the chemistry you and Xavier Leggett have, but you know
Let's see it.
let's see that same chemistry with the rest of your
Yep.
teammates. You
Right.
know, and Bryce, if it's you, young kid, just do like you've been doing, flow with the offense,
Mm-hmm.
defense. J.C. Horn, Keep up the excellent work. D-line, linebackers. Excellent job against the Jets. Can y'all do it again against the Bills? It's a tougher team, but I need y'all to really fluster Josh Allen. And yeah, let's go and get this win. Um, Corey, you give your final word and then do your socials.
All right. I'm going to start with this.
Okay.
The media has been after us for years, and they're not happy about the fact that we're on this 3-game winning streak. You know what I saw when I was looking at my news feed, either yesterday or today?
What'd you see?
The fact that they thought that us re signing Mike Jack was a mistake.
Oh.
And I'm sitting there going, this is typical ESPN right here.
Okay.
They don't understand our team. They don't understand what we're doing. They don't understand who we are
They be like that
because we're not
sometimes.
what they want us to be.
Yeah, they be like that sometimes.
And I look at this team and I see a team that is exactly where it's supposed to be, according to our schedule and what we're trying to do. I see a team that's trying to get a division title. I see a team that wants to win,
Mm-hmm.
that is hungry to win.
Yep.
And this is different from anything else that we have seen in the past. And it had me going, you know what? I'm starting to believe. I'm starting to believe. And the thing is with this team, every time I start to believe, that's exactly when we start running into the ground. And
Well,
I'm like, why? But this is different because if we run into the ground against Buffalo, it's not going to kill us.
right.
And I see a team that understands what they're trying to do. I see a team that's basically sticking their middle finger up and saying "screw you" to the haters and everybody that didn't believe in us.
Right.
And I think we are exactly who we say we are. But a win over Buffalo would send a shockwave around the league and show people, okay, this team is ridiculously good and we need to pay attention to them. They have the talent that they're boasting about. They are that team that we have been writing terrible articles about, that isn't doing what we want it to do, but is turning it back around. And that Panthers team is the team that won 3 straight going into this.
Mm-hmm.
We're on schedule. We are doing what we're supposed to be doing. And the haters can't shut up about us.
This is true. This is true.
We're talking about people that, even though we're on a 3-game winning streak, always have something negative to say about us.
Yep.
And I'm like, how? We're on a 3-game winning streak. Why? You know? Uh, my buddy David just told me today that there are tickets for the lower bowl the lower bowl now, not the upper bowl, the lower bowl for
Oh.
$150 something.
Oh, shoot.
He got two of them, and he's considering taking me. I'm humbled and I'm appreciative, and I feel blessed that I'm being considered for that. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm just a man behind the camera and a mic. You know what I mean? Supporting this team.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel blessed that I get an opportunity to see this team growing and doing what they're doing right now in person. And if that's an opportunity that I am granted, I am blessed beyond belief because that's going to be exciting and fun for me when we play Tampa and Charlotte. But for right now, you know what I was thinking that before he bought those tickets, I was hesitant because I wasn't sure if we were going to be in the playoff hunt that late in the season or not,
Mm-hmm.
given Bryce Young's status. But if Bryce comes back, we're right back in it. It's like we never left.
Right.
So I said, you know what? Sure. Let's take a chance on our future. Let's take a chance on the Panthers. Let's take a chance and see where this road leads us this year.
Right.
And I've never felt optimistic enough to do that until this year, to the last 10 years, with the exception of the year of Steve Wilkes, when he filled in.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I never felt confident enough to say, you know what, why not? Why not risk the frustration, the anger, the pain, the frustration, all the BS that comes with the Panthers losing?
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time I've actually felt like it might be worth it. Are any of you guys feeling the same way right now? If you are, let me know. Because that's where I'm at. And as a fan base, we are emotionally charged. We are used to being let down by this team. We're used to getting run over once we start giving it and putting in hope
Right.
to this team. But I'm saying, let's try it. Let's try it and see what happens. Because I think this team is on the right track. I think we are going to do great things. And it starts with the players, it starts with execution, it starts with preparation, it starts with understanding your opponent and not underestimating
Right.
and doing what you're supposed to do. If you do all those things and you do them correctly, it will turn into a W just like it did in Dallas.
Yep. There you go.
And that Dallas game, do you remember how many people were talking about us after that Dallas game?
Yeah. Yeah.
The social media was on fire.
Yes, it was.
Can you imagine what that's going to look like after we beat the Bills? To the victor goes the spoils, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Let them know.
If we get an opportunity to do this, we need to do it because it will send a message throughout the league that we are serious about contending,
Right.
that we're not going away. We're not going to be one of those flip flop teams that's been uh, switching around all year. No, this team is consistent. We're going to be winners, and we're going to do what we need to do.
Right.
So players, when these coaches say take this stuff seriously this week, don't get lazy. Don't think about what you're going to do this weekend when you're in these team meetings. Get serious this week because this game requires that.
Right.
And I mean, XL, we're talking to you. Get your mind off the horses, get your mind off the extra stuff. That stuff comes at the end of the year. And with all that, you know, social media is great. Positive social media is great, but you need to focus on the game. The game is what you were getting paid to do. So when I see you guys come out there and you're getting paid to ball out, then I expect you to ball out.
Right.
As a fan, I want to see you ball out. If you're a player that I've called out and I want to see you do better,
Right.
ball out, do better. If you're a player that's doing a great job, continue to do a great job. Don't stop. Keep going. You know,
Yes.
we are on the verge of doing something great. And management, I think you should take this seriously because these players are saving your freaking jobs. And you should be buying them steak dinners,
Here we go.
giving them hugs, giving them high fives, giving them fist pounds because these guys are saving your jobs. Brad, we're talking to you. And Gyro, we're talking to you. Be thankful these players decided they wanted to win. They could have just as easily just accepted their paychecks and moved on,
Right.
just like any other Panthers team. But I think it's the culture and the identity. That's what gave us these 3 wins. And that's what's going to propel us into this Bills game. We have an opportunity to take advantage of a weak Bills team. We will not get this opportunity again.
Right.
Use it, take advantage of it, and go try to get this win. If you don't get it, no one's going to throw smoke at you for not putting in your full effort. You know,
Right.
if you get blown out, it's the Bills. But if you put in your full best effort, we will reward you. We will show you love here. We will give you praise. We will give you all the credibility you deserve
Right.
for putting in your blood, sweat, and tears for that game when everybody else won't. We will. So I want you to remember that because I really do believe that this team is on the right track to success. And my man Blitz here believes that too.
It is definitely looking that way. Making great progress.
All the people that have stuck around right now, not the fair weather ones, but the real ones that have stuck around since the time that we were losing horribly, they all believe it too. So let's show them that they're right, that they
Indeed.
were right to stick by us, that they were right to stay loyal to this team, that they were right to do what they're doing right now, that they were right to come to these games and pay money to see wins. Don't show them a team that's going to choke. Show them a team that's going to win. And when we shall. So, my question to you, Panthers, are you ready to continue? Are you ready to begin that hard process of this tough schedule? Fight through it and try to get wins.
Yep, starts this Sunday.
Are you ready to give everything you've got? It starts with you because these coaches can only coach what they see on the field. It's got to be you. You guys held that team on the defensive line. You, as a quarterback, Bryce Young, decided to go against what you saw as far as the play call. You, the players, decided that you wanted to put everything you had into this game.
Mm-hmm.
You put your blood, sweat, and tears into this game. You decided to put your dedication into taking care of the small parts of the game, and it paid off. All of it paid off because of your effort. So the key here is effort. If I see this team slack off when we have a chance to win, I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to call you out on
Oh, snap. Don't let them do it.
it. If, however, we start getting blown out because of things that are not our fault, and just because they are more talented than us, I will completely understand. I'm not going to blow smoke at you at all because it is the Bills. But again, the victor goes the spoils.
Right.
How much do you want the social media, everybody talking about us in a positive way and saying to the league, we're back. The Carolina Panthers are back
Right.
with a vengeance. We're hunting, we're angry, and we're back. Now, I want to say something else too,
Alrighty.
because do you guys remember when I was talking about that Clemson versus West Virginia Bowl game where Clemson went on a 40-game winning streak after that, a 34-game winning streak, something like that,
Oof.
a massive winning streak where they just got pissed off because they were so tired of losing that they're just not accepting anything else.
Failure is not an
Period.
option. Hmm.
How many of you guys, I'm curious, how many of you feel like that was the Patriots game for us this year? Because I'm starting to buy into that. And if that was our Patriots game right there, oof,
That's going to speak volumes.
get excited because we're catching these teams at the wrong time in their schedules. They've got injuries, they've got all kinds of things going on.
Yep.
We're catching them at their wrong times. And it's our right time to take full advantage of every one of them and push ourselves to that division crown that should rightfully belong in Charlotte again.
Yeah.
It's been way too long. I want a division crown. This is the year to push for it. And I'm going to be real with you. If we come up a little short, so be it.
Right.
But that's progress. That's serious, serious progress. And we can build on that. If we come up one game short, okay, so be it. That's where we end up.
That's where we end up.
But it's not because of a lack of effort. It's not because this team got soft. It's not because this team got lazy. and took days off, took plays off, decided, oh, we're just going to play for our money. We don't care about the coaching staff. No, it won't be because of that. It will be because we put everything we had into this run and came up short.
Mm-hmm.
And that you can hang your hat on and be proud of as a Panthers player.
There you go.
You won't be sitting there at the end of the year going, okay, yeah, let's try another team. Let's do this, you know. No, you'll be going, I'm proud of the way I played. I put up numbers. I got paid for it, and I was supportive of my team and trying to win and putting everything I had into it. So when I'm sitting on the couch in the off season, you know, if I'm a player and I'm hugging my wife, I'm going, yeah, I did that. I did that. I made the best effort I possibly could, and I earned my paycheck. I earned my food for my kids, my wife, and myself for this year. I did everything I was supposed to do. You know, it's not my fault that we lost.
Yeah.
So, which player do you want to be? Do you want to be the player that's sitting there in the offseason going, well, I just paid the bills. That's cool, you know? Or do you want to be the player that says, I put blood, sweat, and tears into this game, and I love this game. And I'm proud to be a Panther right now. And I want to play more for Dave Canales. I want to play more for this culture, and I want to play more for this identity because I see a division title next year in the works without question, where we will be in the hunt to where we could win a playoff game, to where we can make progress. Which player do you want to be when you hit the offseason? When you're throwing out your little social media posts, you're doing all this positive stuff, you know, you're riding horses, you know. Can you truly say at the end of the year you gave everything you had? That's my question to y'all. Panthers players, coaches, are you going to be the coaches that say, oh, I'm just barely getting by this year? I'm just barely saving my job. Or do you want to be the coaches that say, we're here to win? Period. That is what we are paid to do. Are you going to fully buy into that culture, or are you just going to say, well, I got paid this year. I'm lucky I still got a key card to get in the door.
Dang, that's one way to put it.
Like old Joe Brady.
Yeah.
Joe Brady comes to mind. Yeah, yeah. If that's your mindset, that key card won't work another Sunday at the end of the year. That's up to you. Which coach do you want to be? Do you want to let these players lead and be a player led team and do what you're supposed to do, like you have been doing the last 3 weeks? Or do you want to be the lazy team that says, whatever? The lazy coach that just stands by and just watches drills? No, because I know that's not you, David Ellis. I know you have a competitor's warrior spirit in you. Wake it up. A Gyro, you've actually impressed me a little bit. I'm eating my crow with you. You actually do know your stuff, and I apologize. So I'm giving you your due. Don't make me regret saying that.
Oh, snap.
Please don't make me regret saying that, because I will come down harder than a hurricane on you if you make me regret saying that.
He'll do it.
You know I will. Brad Isaac. Uh, Stop giving away trade secrets. Please stop.
Just don't put him in front of a pedestal again.
Like I don't understand why we keep doing this. You'd think we would have learned the first time. No, no, let's keep doing this. Dave Canales, like I want to buy into you completely, but I can't do it because every head coach has his kryptonite. And right now, Brad is your kryptonite. Recognize it and accept it. He's your strength as far as numbers wise is concerned, but he's also your kryptonite.
Yeah.
So I'm going to need Brad to answer the question and then stop talking. Stop talking, Brad. It's not that hard. You're not writing a book, you're answering a question.
Yeah.
But this coaching staff is capable of great things. Show me you're capable of great things. Please. Come out there and do what you're supposed to do. It's not that hard. And if you need to use this game as a developmental game, then do it. No one's going to fault you for that. But if you want to try to win, show me. Stop talking about it and do it. Just stop talking about it and do it.
Yeah.
Period. So on that note, let's try to get that dub. Let's go get it.
Let's go get it.
I want a 4-game winning streak. Let's try to get it. All right, guys. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, and comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Outer Sports app. Keep pounding, finish ball. If you want to get your hands on an intro like the one you see on screen, for me, go hit up Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I, dot Lindara, Lindara, for videos, panels, etc. for your channel to upgrade your streaming experience. Fair price, awesome to work with, and just awesome in general. Lindara Ty on Instagram. Go check out Monster Sub and Grub for your tasty subs on game day while you're watching your Carolina Panthers. Row, row, row.
There you go.
The subs are delicious.
They are. I've had one before. They are.
Yeah.
I can second that.
And the owner's a Panthers fan, so go say hi to them. Tell them we sent you. They may hook you up. I don't know about discounts, but I know that they'll say hi at least.
Yeah.
And they'll show up to our channel and everybody in it. Also, much love to Isaiah Sezik in the chat and everybody else who is watching or following us.
Mm-hmm.
All the new subs, all the new followers. Keep pounding. Welcome to the family. And all the new subs and followers for Blitz. Welcome to the family.
Indeed.
Shout out to all the other Panthers podcasters out there and people that do what we do, including 2020, C3, Pat Coltrane, all these other amazing streamers. Carolina Bleeding Blue podcast.
There you go.
It's under our umbrella. Blitzball Champ, who you're talking to right now. We love all of these guys, man. Just share the love. We're one big Panthers family. Also, What was it I was going to put in my intro? Oh, we're doing Halloween games this week on streams for Keep Pounding Gaming. So keep your eyes open for that. So hit the bell so you don't miss those.
There you
Um,
go.
for those that don't see us before Sunday, happy Halloween. A little early. Uh, before Halloween. If you do, that's what's up. We'll join you for the game at 1 o'clock on Sunday versus the Buffalo Bills in Charlotte. We would be live on my channel. That is Keep Pounding 3869 in the YouTube search. Again, that's Keep Pounding 3869. So
Mm-hmm.
if you want to pause the stream, write that down. There you go. It'll be in the VOD. Um, and you can also catch me on Instagram at Shadow Warrior 645 with 1W, or in the Facebook group page through Messenger. My name is Corey. You will see me on there as an admin. Um, Again, make sure that's a group page, not the regular page.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
I've had people confused about that. So there you go. But yeah, I challenge you guys to do something positive, help somebody out. And again, prayer requests are encouraged on my channel as well as his. We will stop
Yes.
content to do all that. You know,
Absolutely.
if you guys want us to do that, or positive vibes if you're into that. But not during game time reactions. You have to wait till after the game is over, you know, to request that or before.
Okay.
Um, Stay happy, healthy, and well, guys.
Yes, indeed. Want to thank everybody for joining us, for chatting it up with us. Um, but yeah, Bills and Panthers this Sunday. Let's go get this win. And for those that catch the archive of this later, let me know. Let us know what your predictions are. And yeah, should be a good weekend as we're getting closer to the into October, getting ready to go into November. It's going to get difficult, but keep pounding. We're going to get through this. This team has shown that it can be very resilient. They just have to keep it going, have to keep that motor running. They can do it. Let's cheer them on, and let's get that fourth straight victory, that fifth total victory. But thank y'all so much for watching. Thank y'all for joining us for another Carolina Panthers Talk live stream. I'm Blitzball champ Jason Ingram, and there's.
Keep pounding.
We will see y'all Sunday. Keep pounding. Let's get the win. See y'all there.